All right, well, good morning, everyone. You'll see that you have your minutes for the November 13th meeting. So we'll make that motion right after lunch. So just take a look at that. And then you also have in your packet the 2020 revenue estimate, the long memo. It's, if you remember when JG gives his update, he's always talking about more than the things we have on our sheets. It takes him a little while to get this drafted. So if you had questions at that time, now you have a hard copy. And at this time, unless there's anything else, does the committee want to add to the agenda today or comments? I think we're okay to go. We're going to have an update on the State House technology upgrades. Let's say written testimony, but I think we have Tom Day here. Appreciate that. Tom Day is the legislative administrative director. So, welcome, Tom.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I am Tom Day, Director of Legislative Services. You have a memo in front of you from Alan Weiss regarding the just an update on the virtual State House project. Alan could not be here today, so I am filling in for him. They reported 3 weeks ago, and at the last meeting, just a little bit about where we're at right now with the virtual State House project. The vendor has been chosen, Worldwide Technology. They were recommended by the Procurement Negotiating Committee and then selected by the Legislative Coordinating Council. They're going to implement the system using Cisco WebEx virtual systems. And below on point number 1, you'll see some of the things that we have done. They can meet the deadline by the end of this year. The Cisco WebEx system will be integrated with hardware, software, and the service. Worldwide Technology has provided good service to the legislature in the past. We use them currently. Cisco has an on-site mesh server option, and we'll be able to integrate all parts of this. And they have also good training service. During the LCC meeting on November 19th, this project was approved, and we expanded the project a little bit from its original application for CARES Act funding to include all the committee rooms, in addition to numerous conference rooms throughout the building, as well as both chambers. And so what we did was added conference rooms to the whole overall project, so that if we need to space out and have legislative research staff or reviser staff or any other staff not in the room for spacing and social distancing purposes, we will have that capability within the conference rooms. Now, I will say that the conference rooms are a little bit further down in priority, but we want to get all the committee rooms and the 2 chambers done first. But as they keep going, they're going to be doing those side by side as well. So we'll also get the conference rooms into the mix at the same time. We placed the orders with Worldwide Technologies after the contracts were signed. The equipment is expected to arrive by December 11th. I will tell you that today we have received 15 pallets of monitors, so the equipment is already starting to come in. Worldwide Technology technicians are on site and have been on site for about a week and a half already, putting up monitor brackets in many of the conference rooms. Now, this conference room doesn't have them in yet, but it will. This room is used more, one of the 3 or 4 rooms that is used quite often. So they are fixed, putting up the monitors, monitor brackets in the rooms that aren't used as often. And then as meetings dissipate for the big four big rooms, we will get those monitors in here as we have some space available time-wise to get the folks in here to put those monitors. But the equipment is coming in right now. Just a little bit of an update. The total contract with Worldwide Technology is approximately $2.7 million. We also have some upgrades in the network that is being done, the network switch upgrades. That's about 45% complete. The legislative firewalls are being upgraded, and that will be done on December 7th. And the upgrade will provide 10 gigabytes of bandwidth through all of our firewalls. The audio system is being upgraded, and that is to be completed by December 20th. And Worldwide Technologies and Mission Electronics out of Overland Park are working side by side to integrate the audio systems with the video conference systems. Some of the ongoing costs that we have, the total project will be about $3.1 million, 2.7 for Worldwide Technology. That includes all hardware, software, maintenance, technicians, consultants to come in here and put it all together and have it all upgraded. We also have 200 host licenses for a 5-year period with Cisco WebEx, so we won't have to worry about that part of it for the next 5 years. The annual cost for that is about $118,000, but it is for 5 years. And we are also working with, again, like I said, Mission Electronics out of Overland Park and Worldwide Technology to just get everything done. And we hope that everything is done by the first day of session, but we really hope it's done by the end of this year, within the next 30 days. So, Madam Chair, with that, if there are any questions, I will be happy to answer them. I also have Terry Clark in the room with the IT section, if there are any technical questions.
Thank you, Tom. The 118 for 5 years, that was for technical assistance, is that?
That's for the licenses for the Cisco WebEx.
So what happens in March and things aren't going well or whatever? Is part of the contract making sure that
they have technical staff? We have 24/7 technical support staff available to us at any time, 365 days out of the year, for the entire length of the contract for 5 years. We have our own IT staff that will be well versed in the system as well, through training and services provided by Worldwide Technology and Cisco WebEx.
So that technical support for 5 years is included in all
It's
those
included.
prices?
That's an all-inclusive price of $2.7 million.
And then just curious, the monitors, I think you said they'll go up like where the clock is or on those protruded walls?
2 monitors will be here on the sides. We'll have cameras. There will be another shelf up here. There will be a camera there pointing this direction for the committee, a camera here pointing this direction for the committee, and a camera in the corner pointing to the podium. And then 2 monitors on the side, and then a third monitor, which will be for the audience area.
And how are we improving our chambers? I know, we only have the one camera on the Senate side. Well, the 2 corners, I guess. Right. Are we, you said we're going to do some things there. I'd like
3 in the Senate chamber. One camera in the chamber. This is Terry Clark, Director of Technical Services.
Good morning. In the Senate chamber, the plan is still to have 1 camera, and then the monitors will be on carts. They won't be permanently installed in the chamber in this initial phase.
The monitors will be on
a cart like this, but larger. They are, there's 65-inch, and then I think there's 72-inch monitors on carts for the House chamber as well, just to get them started. So in the Senate chamber, there's a limitation of data jacks, and so we're kind of constricted on those monitor locations today without pulling new cable into the Senate chamber.
So is there not a way we could do a drop-down voice-activated camera? In the Senate? I do in the House too, but they have the cameras that drop down and they'll turn and activate where whoever's speaking.
That is one thing that we had discussed, was bringing it down through the chandelier conduits possibly. And that's something that we could look at for the longer term on camera placement there. There's other considerations with bringing things down through the ceiling though. So,
I know there's always the historical
Yes.
restrictions, but, you know, I was just trying not to do a, you know, 1970s model when we
right,
have all that voice activation.
right. The Historical Society has been working with us on this project as well. And that is one thing we discussed with them for the Senate chamber. So I think it would have to go back to the building committee to be able to do that, because they thought initially it would change the appearance of the chandeliers. So, but that is definitely on the table. I just don't think we could accomplish that by the end of the year.
Okay. But it's something we could do.
Yes.
Okay. Representative Waymaster.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So in regards to one of the larger committee rooms, are there going to be more monitors in the old Supreme Court room than just 2?
Yes, there will be 3 in the old Supreme Court room.
And then is one to be mounted in the back, or where are they going to be mounted at?
They're all on the sides. One will be facing towards the audience, and then the other 2 will be, they're on movable mounts, so they'll be able to, like in 112 or in the old Supreme Court room, they'll be able to move towards the committee so that the committee can see the monitors no matter where they're sitting in the large view.
Okay, I was kind of wondering how we accommodate that bigger committee room than.
And the old Supreme Court room was our biggest challenge as far as the historical preservation. The 2 chambers in the old Supreme Court room are the biggest challenges being based on historical nature of the rooms as well.
So you said the contract is a little over $3 million. The
The contract is $2.7 million.
contract is 2.7, but the total cost.
Total cost is 3.1.
And let me see if I got this right. This was CARES Act money, correct?
CARES Act funding, yes.
$5 million. So any dollars that are not spent, does that go back to the Office of Recovery?
If it's not spent by December 30th, December 31st, whatever the date is, right there, then yes, it goes back to the Office of Recovery for reappropriation. That is my understanding.
Okay. So, well, I'm just kind of thinking because under the CARES Act funding that was passed by the federal government, it has to be spent by December 30th. So if the money goes back on December 30th, that kind of limits the ability to use those funds elsewhere. So I didn't know if we know by December 20th, whether or not all those funds would be exhausted, and that would give the Office of Recovery a little bit more time than just pretty much that day to decide how to miss those funds.
There's some provision, from what I understand, in the federal act about the reappropriation, that whether it has to be spent by December 30th after the reappropriate or to be reappropriated. So I'm not real sure that all the dynamics of that reappropriation.
And that might be a question that we could ask Director Lorenz.
And it's one of those things, we've also heard that in previous rounds, there have been a little bit of extensions to those dates as well. So, you know, but we are acting under the guise that it has to be spent by December 30th.
Well, I think all the discussions that we've had, either the Spark Committee or the State Finance Council, it seems like the finite deadline has always been December 30th. There's been an anticipation that in discussing a new federal bill, that there'd be an extension, but as we know, that hasn't occurred. And so the drop dead date has always been December 30th. There's other members on the Spark Committee here as well. I don't know if that's just my interpretation or if it's any different. But, that's all the questions I have. Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Senator Hawk.
Could I yield to Senator Whitmore, Representative Whitmore? She has a question relative to what you just said.
Representative Wolfmore.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Senator Hawk. So I am under the same understanding that Representative Waymaster is that impact. And I quite frankly don't expect them to. So if we're gonna make full use of that money, I think we, unless Julie Lawrence tells us something different, I think we have to have that money back to them in time, because I don't think it can be reappropriated on December 30th and then get an extension. I also am at the understanding that is the date, December 30th. Or we lose it and send it back to the federal government. So you might check just to make sure so that we don't lose the ability to spend that money elsewhere. Thank you very much. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I have a WebEx question. I wanted to make a comment relative to that. I'm a little, I'm not saying this right. I had hoped we could improve the broadcasting in the Senate chamber and the House chambers. And I understand that's a lot more complicated because of historical perspective, but if it's a question of spending the money and using CARES money, if there's any way that's possible to look at that, I certainly would be in favor of doing something that would potentially, once all the improvements were there, whether it's getting a contract, spending the money and having a better, because quite frankly, that's not a very good system that we have in those chambers.
Madam Chair, if I might. Senator Hawk, you are correct, and we are upgrading everything in the two chambers. It's not going to be the same it's not going to be exactly the same as it has been in the past as far as the video is concerned. That whole level will be upgraded within the Senate chamber.
Thank you. My question on WebEx is that software adaptive enough that people who are out, who may want to give testimony in committees, are they going to have to download WebEx onto their computers to do that? Or is it flexible enough that Zoom or Microsoft Teams works under that WebEx system?
It would be WebEx. At this point, there isn't that ability to use all three systems at once to get into one meeting.
So I assume there'll be, hopefully, I hope that will be easy for our constituents who want to give testimony to be able to download that and figure out how to do it. It's one thing to get us trained. I don't know how widespread WebEx is relative to people out in our districts in terms of being able to use it.
WebEx is one of those programs, as far as virtual meetings is concerned, has been around much longer than any of the rest of them. And so the ease, I can tell you, having used Cisco WebEx for a couple of virtual meetings, it is just as easy as Zoom to use. Now, there are their own nuances within the system to do like Zoom or any of the other types of virtual meetings. Each one has its little nuance as to where the buttons are, where, the audio, the video, turning them on and off, muting them, but it's just as easy to use.
That's encouraging. I just want to make sure I can use those 24 backgrounds that I have downloaded also. Thank you.
If you want to put pictures on, you have to download the program. Otherwise, you can just get in and listen and participate with your voice, but you don't want to be seen. It's just a black screen. So you do have to do some work on it. All right. Any other questions? All right. I don't see any. Good luck. And did you fix the draft, or can you fix the draft in the old Supreme Court room too while you're?
Madam Chair, that one's above and beyond this skill.
I think the whole building. So.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, appreciate it. All right, at this time, we're gonna listen to a presentation on deferred maintenance at the state universities. We have have Chad Bristow, the Director of Facilities, State Board of Regents, in person. Welcome, Chad. Thank you for being here.
Thank you.
Yeah, just make sure it's on. See a light? There we go.
Thank
Very
you.
good.
Well, good morning, Chairman Ginn and members of the committee. I will be referencing the printed presentation that you mentioned this morning. Thank you for the opportunity to provide the testimony on the topic of deferred facility maintenance at the state universities. The title of the presentation is Results of the 2020 Facilities Condition Assessment and Space Utilization Study for the state universities. And I will begin with just a little background on our timeline and efforts on this topic. In 2019, the Board of Regents decided that more focused attention must be directed at the chronic issue of deferred maintenance on the campuses of the state universities and develop a formal initiative to improve the condition of the buildings. The main objective being to support the missions of the institutions, maintain the quality of the physical spaces, and prevent and guard against emergency repairs and failure of building systems. So as an initial step towards that objective, the board commissions 2 system-wide studies to provide a consistent look across all the universities. One of the studies is to assess the condition of mission-critical buildings, the other to take stock of utilization rates for academic instructional spaces and offices. Both of these efforts were conducted by independent third-party consultants employing industry-standard methodologies, facilities condition assessments, and space utilization analysis. I would also just note that the Future of Higher Education Council that Senator Hawk served on also indicated deferred maintenance as a priority. So just another side note before we begin, these studies were completed despite the challenges of the pandemic this year. And I want to express thanks to the extra effort and attention from the university staff and the consultants to prioritize and coordinate the site visits and the efforts on campus. It's it's important to recognize the diligent effort that the campus facilities teams have put forth. I mean, they're the ones who confronted these maintenance issues, and they've also really laid the groundwork for these efforts to be completed this year. So I want to thank them. Also, just another note before we begin that these assessments were recently completed, and so the presentation today is a brief executive summary level presentation of the results. So more of the in-depth detail and analysis will be developed and brought forth to the legislature in the future once we have that finalized. Okay, so pages 3 and 4 will begin with the facilities condition assessment and high-level overview. Across the system, there are approximately 1,000 buildings, 35 million square feet. For this study, the scope was approximately 500 mission-critical buildings being evaluated. And for the information that we'll look at in the charts and graphs, we're going to be focused on a subset of those 500. The subset will be about 330 buildings that are EBF eligible buildings. Those buildings in practice were constructed before 2007. So about 1,000 buildings in the portfolio, 500 mission critical. The charts and graphs will cover those EBF eligible buildings. Just another high note to point out, the average age of the EBF eligible buildings across the system is 60 years. So one other thing to note too, that auxiliary functions were excluded from this study. So residence halls, student unions, parking structures, recreation, athletics are not incorporated into the analysis of this study. We'll also draw a distinction between the methodology that's been used in previous facilities condition assessments and surveys and what methodology was used by the consultant in this effort. So previously, you can see on page 5 a pretty limited and general list of building systems were surveyed. That information went into the deferred and annual maintenance report every 2 years. And this approach really resulted in a general understanding of the condition of the facilities and a rough order of magnitude of the estimated costs. To draw a distinction between that and accruance, who was the third-party consultant, accruance methodology is much more granular in detail. They use an industry standard process. It's rigorous data collection, field surveys, facility evaluations. They interview university staff and then enter all that data into their proprietary database system and then also assign the costs to those thousands of building systems that they log for each facility. It's intensive, systematic. All the components are evaluated at a much granular level. So there's benefits to both approaches, but just wanted to draw that distinction here. Also note that their proprietary database software is called EFA Facility. So for the purposes of this effort, all the information has been logged into that database. The campuses moving forward have a subscription to utilize that for the purposes of managing the condition of facilities. So moving forward to page 7 in the presentation, what are the needs? So deferred maintenance, just want to define that quickly. So what we mean by deferred maintenance is the backlog of past due work needed to address deficiencies in buildings and properly maintain facilities. It can be unplanned or planned, but that's basically what we mean by deferred maintenance. Accruement quantifies deferred maintenance. They assess the age of the building, the condition. They determine the remaining life of each existing system and building component for every building. And then they call deferred maintenance requirements. Basically, they look at it as a building has components and systems, and this is what's required for those components and systems to be maintained or renewed. Then two other terms we want to look at. Current replacement value, or CRV, is the total cost to renew or to replace a building. FCI cost is facility condition index, and that is the cost that it would take to renew a building to a certain defined condition. We'll look at that a little bit more here in depth. And then finally, I just want to mention that the cost estimating basis that Accruent uses is the RS Means Construction Data System. It's an industry recognized system for construction cost estimating. So on page 8, I'll just show you here how they arrive at facility condition index. It's basically the metric that's calculated by dividing the total cost to replace a building, or replacement value, CRV, into the costs that are relevant to addressing the needs and deficiencies. Another thing to point out here is in past surveys for facilities condition, that those estimated costs were looking at the cost to the current day. So everything in the past that had been deferred to be brought back up, to the current day. Accruent uses a method that again, is an industry standard. They say that deferred maintenance is basically a progressive and it has a ripple effect into the future. So anything that's been deferred, let's say a window system that's flashing has failed somehow, ultimately ripples into wall and ceiling leaks, interior issues. And so one thing to point out here is that the findings from Accruent address all past deferred maintenance that they've assessed, and then the needs that arise in the next 5 years as they've prioritized and identified those systems. So we can talk about that more later, but that is a point of distinction between their methodology and the previous method. So then you'll also see here, we've got kind of a standard metric. We've got letter grades that we're all familiar with. A is an excellent building, F is not so great. We've got the FCI calculation metric. You're closer to 0, a score closer to 0 is excellent, mint condition. Closer to 1, deficient, and not such great condition. And then again, there's qualitative descriptors, excellent, good, fair, poor, deficient. So I laid that out there just so that we can see on page 9 that, again, for EBF eligible buildings, the findings of the facility condition assessment show that we have, on average, a 0.32 FCI. Now, that's a fair condition, on average, a grade of a C. The other thing to point out, and I know there's a lot of technical definitions here, so bear with me just one moment. That's to a 100% renewed condition. And I use an analogy of a used car to explain this. You drive a new car off of a lot and the wear and tear starts immediately. And it's not realistic or reasonable to think that car would ever be renewed to mint condition. But accruance process is based on that theoretical value. So that FCI of 100% mint condition is a metric that they use for their calculations. But as a point of continuity between our past efforts in quantifying deferred maintenance, use a 90% condition. So call it a very good condition. It's reasonable, realistic, A-, B+, a lot of different ways of saying the same thing. So if you look at that number, we're on average for EBF eligible buildings, 0.23, still in that fair condition. So moving on, page 10, we'll see a bar chart that shows at a glance the EBF eligible buildings by grade. And again, you can kind of see, based on what we saw on the page before, that the majority of those buildings are in that fair condition category. Quite a few A's, just a couple of few F's there. Turning again to page 11, you'll see by campus and by grade. So, again, quite a few in that middle category, of course. And then moving on to page 12, you can see in an at-a-glance bar chart format the renewal costs by grade and by campus. So a few different ways of illustrating that. Page 13 is a table that shows all the campuses, their current replacement value for the buildings, the EBF eligible buildings, the average age of buildings on campus, and the total renewal cost for those EBF eligible buildings of approximately $1.2 billion. And I would also note, this does not include campus infrastructure. It's specifically looking at those building facilities that are in that EBF eligible category. I think with that, Chair McGinn, if you'd like me to pause and if there are any questions on this study, we could do that, or I could continue and take all questions at the end.
I don't see any questions, so go ahead and conclude.
Okay, so turning to page 14, we'll begin the space utilization study overview. Just a bit on the scope before we begin on this. This study focused on only the academic and administrative buildings on 11 campuses that were scheduled for instruction during the fall 2019 semester. So this data is a snapshot in time pre-COVID-19. I would say that as an overview, the assignable square footage that was included in the scope of the study is about 2/3 of the overall assignable square footage. Does not include residential space, only looks at instructional and office space. Turning to page 16, again, just to kind of get our bearings before we begin, you'll see the universities and their campuses that were included in this study. The team of Gould, Evans, and Rick's Associates was the consultant for this effort. Found it useful, and I think it's useful for comparison purposes and for description of the results into categories or groups: the public research universities, public universities, regional universities, School of Medicine, and then the others are Kansas State Polytechnic, Kansas State Olathe, and the University of Edwards campus. So page 17 shows a table with those comparative groups and some strategic driver categories of data in order to establish a foundation for the analysis of the space needs, student enrollment, personnel, and course scheduling data. These categories of information were collected from each of the universities before they began. One thing, again, to note that the assignable square footage does not include residential space or vehicle parking structures, as those vary significantly from campus. So this is, for comparison purposes, that was a method that they used to level the playing field by removing the residential. So what do we have? Page 18 shows that, as an overview, we have 1,597 total classrooms and teaching labs across the system. 678 of those are centrally scheduled general purpose spaces. 340 are dedicated or departmental classrooms, and 579 are specialized instructional spaces. Page 19 shows a bar chart that, again, at a glance, illustrates the distribution of those instructional spaces across campuses and their quantity by campus. Moving on to page 20. This bar chart displays the percentage of weekly hours used in general purpose classrooms as compared to the industry standard metric for efficiency, which is 67%. You'll see that lower dashed horizontal line, the target goal for daytime, represents that 67% metric. So the 67% is not 100, as you can imagine, because of accounting for inefficiencies, room setup, transition from class to class. Also point out the higher dashed line is a target goal for evening courses. So in a facility where only evening courses are provided, that target goal goes up to provide justification for the use of those rooms. So I think you can see the main takeaway here is there is an opportunity to increase efficiency across the board there. Turning to page 21, we've got another bar chart that shows office space need to the existing office space available. So this is a calculation that the consultant team created using personnel data, using square footage information that was provided. And so what you can see here is the higher percentage, the better the alignment between the need for office space and the availability of office space. Then moving to page 22. So the term opportunity space is a term that the consultant team uses to basically define space category where there's likely some opportunity to repurpose some space. It's not being utilized efficiency, maybe it's unclassified. I would just note that while there is almost 2 million assignable square feet that's been categorized or characterized as opportunity space, there's a rule of thumb that likely only half of that amount could be realistically repurposed, let's say, and the reason for that being there are legacy spaces, there are buildings that are designed with certain square footages of offices that may exceed what standard metrics and space targets define as reasonable. So looking at the potential for 1 million assignable square feet that could be available and practical for repurposing in some way. So just to recap the main takeaways of the two studies. Current estimated cost to address the deferred maintenance backlog for EBF eligible buildings is approximately $1.2 billion. Approximately 1 billion of the assignable square feet is characterized as opportunity space, and that represents about 5 to 6% of the overall assignable square footage. So as the next major step, the data from these two studies will be combined together into the single database system, into that VFA facility database, and utilized to prioritize projects, programming, and usage of space. And this is the first time that the system will have this type of tool available. We've characterized it as being an evergreen and dynamic data model that can support implementation of strategic system-wide planning and basically with an eye towards thoughtfully and carefully reducing campus footprints, right-sizing spaces. We just say that, in response to flattening enrollment trends, the growth of hybrid and online course delivery, this is, I think, will be a timely tool that can really help us benefit in light of those trends. And I think it's also important to emphasize that we're tremendously appreciative of what the EBF has represents and provides, and all it's been used for on campus. I think each campus has added to that, supplemented where they can, and tried to package projects to extend the effectiveness of the EBF. I think one thing that we'll learn from this study, though, is that the EBF is probably less across the board than what we would typically need to be budgeting for to maintain buildings. I mean, one rule of thumb is 2 to 4% of current replacement value. If you do that back of the envelope math, you're looking at a much higher number annually than the EBF is able to provide. So that just provides another framework or perspective on that. I'll just finish by saying at this point, the conceptual development of a formal initiative is underway, and the intent is to ultimately bring a comprehensive plan to the legislature once the details and supportive policy and funding scenarios are finalized, with the ultimate goal of generating a long-term effective solution to the problem of deferred maintenance. So with that, I'll be happy to address any questions.
All right, thank you, Chad. Thank you for the nice report. I do have a few questions. So you plan to come in and, because I remember the deferred maintenance program from probably maybe more, and asked for money to do this. And I was just curious, you did this study and started it in 2019. And I have several questions, but one is, I remember when we did deferred maintenance, it seems like after that we said, if you build a building and put your name on it, there has to be X% for the cost of deferred maintenance. Now, I understand later that perhaps that was a suggestion and did not go in as a requirement. Do you know?
My understanding is that deferred maintenance, for buildings moving forward, again, practice that 2007 are to be accommodated outside of the EBF. I don't know if that's answering your question.
Yeah. That's kind of what I wanted to know. So thank you. And then the other thing is, I'm just curious, did anybody go back and reassess that perhaps we're not going to look the same anymore? We're talking about buildings and more spaces and fixing up those spaces when now we're living in a society where some of those students need to go to class. I was one, but some of those students, they can just do everything online. So I'm just curious if we're going to fix up a bunch of buildings and they're going to be empty. Have they had that conversation?
Definitely have had that conversation. As a point of clarification, by design, this study excluded the effects of the pandemic that we're emerging over the course of this. But I think everybody was aware that it was obvious that the effects that you just described are going to have some sort of long-term impact. I think utilizing the technologies, as you've said, I think will, at the very least, present some flexibility in project planning. If you don't need a space, if you're moving departments around to economize and make efficiency a priority, you may not need swing space. Maybe you're using technology in a variety of ways, but I think your point is well made, that that's definitely going to be a part of this vision moving forward.
Well, we're just not going to look the same. You saw the presentation right before you, and that's to help people that aren't in the Capitol, but it may be that it's so bad, we're going to be spread out like this, and the people that sit here on Monday and Wednesday, Friday, they have to watch Zoom or WebEx. I should say. Gotta get used to that. So, so we know we're going to be different, and I think we're going to be different for a while. And my question every day that comes across my thinking, what are we going to look like in 1 year, and what are we going to look like in 5 years? And I think the Board of Regents needs to ask that question, because I almost wonder, and I hate to step this far, but I would even be looking at what buildings should we sell. I'm just really trying to envision what we're going to look like at the university level in education 5 years from now, 10 years from now. So I hope they go through that exercise. Definitely.
And I think you just described it in a much more detailed and visual way. I think we've thought of it in terms of thoughtful reduction of campus footprint. I would say that that's definitely entails what you described.
Thank you, Chad. Other questions? Representative Hoffman.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Quite a few that I'm not sure that I'll be able to ask all of them at this time, because they're some conceptual sort of, I guess. But it looks like to me, I know the trend has been in the last several years that we just building a lot of new buildings. I mean, kind of in the trend, well, this building's not big enough, so let's build a new building. All the universities have done it. Looks like to me that there's probably a lot of core buildings inside that are not being utilized like they should be, but they're old, and so they just, is that kind of what this is kind of showing?
I think that's one way you can describe it, yeah. I mean, as with data, you can take sections through data and get a variety of pictures, but if we're generalizing, I mean, that's one way to characterize it.
Right, and I guess the problem with some problem you're going to have is a lot of those buildings are right in the middle of the campus, so selling them is hard. I mean, as the chairman just mentioned. So I guess as you look at this, you're going to you're going to look at whether or not they can be repurposed for the expansion of what the university is wanting. Is that what you're trying to do?
Yes, definitely. I mean, I could elaborate on that again. It's a good point that starts to describe, I think, a way of ranking and prioritizing projects. That database system, if you cross-reference space utilization, department information, building needs, floor heights, I mean, there's just so many different aspects of assessing a building's function and potential new use or renewed use.
Probably historical.
It's historical is one factor, absolutely, just like you said, campus, is it on the quad, is it, all those factors. And so as a part of the process of configuring that database, development of a ranking system for strategic planning is part of that effort. And it's going to get into the granular detail that you're describing, so that hopefully it will reveal priorities that weren't preconceived notions.
That's good, because I know I've been, the last couple of years, there's been talk about needing, like the Department of Ag, or not Department of Ag, but the University back in K-State needing to update their facilities, and they do. But I hope that we'll be looking inside and not necessarily wanting to build new ones. And I know that the needs are probably different than what used to be. But I almost, I hate to use this analogy, but I almost kind of feel like that our campuses have kind of turned into kind of how some of our big cities have turned into. We've abandoned the core and let it kind of, the inner city, we've kind of let it not be up to where it really should be, because we're just expanding on the outside and just keep building new buildings around. And I appreciate this study. The other thing, one more question. There's no way, of course, we're going to get 1.2 billion to replace a lot of these. But I do know that in the past we have built onto buildings, and that has taken care of the Seton Hall at K-State, where they added on to make the university or the college, but architecture, thank you, architecture. So I hope that's something to look at too, because that does take care of some of that for maintenance. The other thing is going back to post 2007, do we have any idea what those buildings look like? And I know a lot of them are fairly new, but are they being maintained with the funds that are supposed to be available? Are they being maintained to that 80-90%?
Couple points to make on those questions. One, I'm glad you mentioned what you did about that wider perspective of taking care of deferred maintenance by, maybe projects that look like an addition. Or I think there's a lot of different ways to think about, do you cancel out deferred maintenance when you do this, as opposed to just blindly following up, and we take care of this requirement, we take care of that one. So I think that's definitely a good conceptual idea for how to tackle this. And then, let's see, your other point, I've lost it.
The post 2000.
Yeah, oh, yes, yeah, thank you. So the mission critical buildings that were a part of this study, a certain number of those above the 330, right, that between, there's like 100 and some, we're looking at some of the newer buildings. So we have a fair amount of data about the condition of some of those newer buildings. And then ultimately, I think the idea would be to have information on every single facility and manage that portfolio through a data system rigorously like this. So,
okay, so they looked at the post 2007 was also
mission critical post 2007. Yeah,
you're just giving us the ones that are eligible for
correct.
GBA. Okay, thank you.
Senator Hawk.
Thank you, Madam Chair. How much state money goes into deferred maintenance on a yearly basis now?
The EBF, you're saying the annual EBF, it's so it varies obviously, but I think it's right over 40 million.
So it takes several years to get that up to 1.2 billion. And I think I'm asking the same question Chairman Dean asked, but on the opportunity space, if we utilize that to decrease the square footage, when or how much would you guess that might affect the 1.2 billion study projects? Would that cut that figure?
That's a great question. I don't think that I can boil it down to a succinct answer, but I definitely think that the overall strategy of looking at ways to reduce, repurpose, right size, all these concepts that are in the last couple of pages, I think are strategies that can help to ascertain whether a deferred maintenance cost needs to be dealt with, or whether it can be canceled out, with a wider perspective. So I'm not answering your question specifically, but I definitely think that that's a useful way to be thinking about it.
Well, if we only spent $40 million per year. That would only take us 30 years roughly. I agree, I think we have to, I don't think we want to wait 30 years to take care of the problem. I think we have to figure out how to use some other creative ways. Thank you. Appreciate your discussion.
Senator Billinger.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Chad, thank you for being here today. Appreciate the information. I'm going to hit on something a little bit different. You know, that's probably, I probably on one hand could name 5 major issues you have in your maintenance. I would say probably roofs, windows, water tucking, HV. You guys ever look at when we're doing maintenance, doing improvements so we don't have to, I mean, for instance, flat roofs. There's 2 kinds of flat roofs. Flat roofs that are leaking today, and flat roofs that are gonna be leaking later on. Guaranteed. They're just, it's a maintenance problem that needs to be looked at a little more technically, I think, where you might look at putting on a steel roof or something that's sloped, or you could maybe put solar panels, maybe other type advantages with that type of things. Similar to what you do with your windows, you know, go upgrade triple pane or whatever it might be. I just think as we're spending this $1 billion that we need to look at improving, not just patching. Thank you.
Representative Waymaster. Is that related?
Yeah.
You want to let him? Representative Hoffman.
I'm sorry.
It's your chair. I mean, if you want to cut in front of him.
I'm allowed to do it.
Representative Hoffman.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I didn't realize, I thought you were going on. I didn't hear you say, sorry. One last question. As you're doing this, each university has their own kind of, you know, their goals that they want to do. How much are you guys going to be able to move them in a certain direction as far as using existing buildings instead of building new buildings in? I guess probably it's easier in some ways for them to get someone to give them money to build a new building because they're gonna get their name on it. Whereas if they remodel a building, it's harder to change that name and sometimes. So is this gonna be something that's going to be just the Board of Regents saying, hey, we really encourage you to do this, or is this gonna be something that the Board of Regents is gonna be more of a, this is what you really need to do?
Well, the way I look at a data-driven system is I would hope that, what we're building with this database could be a management tool that would be useful for the campuses, the universities to, maybe put a finer point on what their highest priorities are. And again, in an evidence-driven process, I'm hoping that what we'll find is it's mutual. That yeah, this is what we need to do. This is the best use of our resources. Your point about new buildings versus that definitely figures into the equation, and hopefully there's a way long-term to look at all of that strategically and balance it out. It doesn't answer your question specifically.
Well, and I know it's kind of a hard one to answer. But I hope that when it comes, up there, hey, we want to build this new building, that there'll be kind of like, this was another plan too that we're looking at as far as maybe utilizing this building and not. So there's some options on the table. All right. Thank you, Madam Chair, or Mr. Chairman.
Well, just kind of going on Representative Hoffman's question, was actually one of mine, is what are the action plans that universities have for the buildings that specifically are scoring a D and an F? Do they have specific action plans on what they are, one, wanting to do with that building, and two, what the future of that building would be for the purpose of that particular university?
Quick answer, general answer would be in some cases, yes. I mean, there's master plans, there's, campuses track their buildings that, by work orders. There's a variety of ways that they could look at what the future for, let's say, a D level building might be. But as statements have been made, here it is somewhat complicating when you have a building that's historical or, represents a keystone location to campus. I mean, there's a lot of different factors that would play into any given D building, so to speak. So they're not all equal, if you will. They might all have that same need based on the condition of what they are. But in terms of what that action plan might be, will vary.
Well, I'm kind of hoping that if we have 3 of those buildings that scored an F on K-State University and 1 University of Kansas, and I would just hope that they would have some type of a plan in place on exactly what they want and see the future of that particular building. So going back to, let's focus on the 4 buildings that scored an F. So as Senator Bellinger was kind of talking about, it could be buildings, windows, HVAC, whatever the case may be, roofs. One, we look at the price of how much it's going to cost those buildings. You're looking at K-State, about $2.9 million for those 3 buildings. The University of Kansas, $371,000. So I guess my first question is, what in those particular 4 buildings required them an F rating? I'm not going to ask which specific buildings, because I don't think it's very fair to ask which building it is, but I'm just kind of wondering what constituted them receiving an F rating.
In those cases, the deficiencies or the needs, again, that metric, that FCI, the cost to replace it versus the cost to renew it based on the condition of the building's components. So in those cases, I don't know what the building systems were, but we've got that level of analysis. So it's just simply how much it would take to renew it versus how much it would take to replace it. So those buildings, you could have a greenhouse, a very modest structure that could be an F building, or you could have a beloved historic building, that's 120 years old. It's only the relationship of those 2 values that puts it in the F category.
So that leads to my next question. When is the decision made that maybe the purpose of the building isn't serving what it once did? And is the cost to demolish it more than the cost to renovate it?
I would say almost always the cost to demolish it would be less than the cost to renovate it. That'd be a quick answer to that question.
So then what would be the time frame of coming to that ultimate conclusion of, we were talking earlier, I mean, things are changing across our state and our nation. In fact, I think I just read yesterday that the Wichita public school system went to total remote learning this week. Obviously, Fort Hays State University has they grasped the market in the late 90s in regards to virtual learning. And that seems to be the segue that learning is going. So where's that determining factor of we don't need this building anymore? Especially if it's scoring an F.
Again, I think each campus has a sense of that. What these studies represent are probably a more acute view of that. Hey, look, here's another validating point that says this building is not doing well. Again, I'm thinking of the configuration of this system into a planning tool, and it's going to happen in the course of a couple of months here. I think you could start to see reports that emphasize
and that can be juxtaposed to the campus's current considerations about each building. I think you can quickly get to a prioritization fairly rapidly. Again, utilizing that historical knowledge and utilizing a system that can provide a more data analysis.
I definitely think this is something we need to discuss, and we have discussed it for many years in regards to deferred maintenance with the buildings on the university campuses. But I don't know if this is the correct strategy. I don't know if we should first address those buildings that are receiving an F score, or if there is a building that's able to score an A, B, that has a more purpose for the student population. Should we address that first? I think we need to have an action plan from each of the universities on all the buildings that are on their campus that I would say score a C or less, C, D, or F, and they need to have some type of plan in regards to that. And, you know, I'm an alumnus of the University of Kansas. Fraser Hall is looked at as being a historic building. That's on the campus right now, but that's not the first Fraser Hall that was on the university's campus. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Any other questions? I don't see any. So thank you again for being here. And I do think, and I'm sure they are, I see Blake is in the audience, that the Regents they're thinking about the future, what we're going to look like, because of the pandemic has changed so much of our lives. And there's some things we're just not going to go back to the way we used to.
Thank you.
Appreciate your very good report. All right. At this time, we will hear an update on the federal coronavirus relief fund and utilization. And today we have Julie Lorenz, the Executive Director of the Office of Recovery. Welcome. Getting a handout out and a PowerPoint up. So, Senator Hawk, we're going to have to learn WebEx, and then we're going to have to learn how to do PowerPoints and sharing the screen. So we're on a journey. I think so. Welcome, Secretary Lorenz.
Good morning, and joining me virtually, I should have Secretary Bertholz. Well, I think she has something at 11, a cybersecurity thing at 11, perhaps. Secretary Tolan, Doug Berber, and Matt Ashew to help with county questions. Ashley Goss, Dr. Ahmed, Danny, and Gosh, all representing KDHE virtually as subject matter experts. So when you have specific questions, I'll be happy to ask them to help respond to any specific questions. Okay, and Laura's here to help me today with the PowerPoint. So Laura, if you want to go right to our working days slide. Be a presentation if we didn't start this way. All right, we have 20 working days until we get to December 30th, and I'm here today to discuss our plan on how to deliver those funds to Kansas. Next slide. The nature of our work and the nature of the times really requires us to be very dynamic. The disease itself we've seen it ebb and flow, and I'd also like to highlight that we've had evolving guidance from Treasury that we've had to accommodate and figure out how to work within. Our most recent update came on November 17th, and at that time we received further clarity, might be the best way to say that, better clarity, that while all expenses and services must occur by December 30th, the bills can actually be paid now in January. And that's relieving some stress for administrators to know there's a little cushion for paying bills. Sometimes it takes a while for invoices to arrive in our inboxes. And that's one small example of why Recovery Office won't be closing our doors on December 31st. We have a lot of reconciling to do in 2021 before the final closeout, and I'll talk more about that in a minute. Okay, next slide. I'm really glad to have the chance today to be able to provide an update, and really it's built upon the cornerstones of accountability and transparency from the Recovery Office. And I recognize this group in particular. You're kind of the Venn diagram, right? We've got legislative budget committee members, but some of you have also been on Spark, and some of you are also on State Finance Council. So I'm trying to find that sweet spot of providing you with enough information to kind of keep up, but not so much information that it's either overwhelming or it's something you've heard 14 or 15 times. So feel free to ask questions if something doesn't make complete sense, because we've gone through a lot of evolution since we got started earlier this summer. Okay, next slide. I brought this slide to you all on August 3rd. You might or might not remember, and then I brought it to State Finance Council on August 10th. And at that time, I laid out what were really important milestones that we needed to hit each and every month. We laid out some dates in terms of process. That's on the left side of the slides, and on the right side in the blue box, those were the specific milestones that we needed to hit. In August, we knew that we needed to start distributing round 2 funds, get a consultant on board, and open applications for round 2. Next slide. Then in September, we knew we needed to select and approve some of those round 2 projects and open round 3 applications. Next slide. By the end of October, we knew that we needed to make some round 3 selections and develop contingency plans. Next slide. So I'm pleased to tell you we hit all of our milestones with one exception, and you'll see that's in the lighter gray. We opened the round 3 applications a little later than anticipated. Remote learning and child supervision opened on October 1st, so really close to the September 30 deadline. That same week, the eviction program began a soft launch, which was targeted at those most in need, and then we did a public launch 2 weeks later. The COVID-19 testing took a little longer in order to make sure it supported the unified statewide strategy. However, we were still able to have the SPARK Executive Committee help vet the testing proposals on October 26th. And based on the amount of qualified proposals, State Finance Council released the $30 million in reserve for testing on October 28th. At that same October 29th, go back, Laura. Thank you. At that same October 29th meeting, we asked for authority to recoup and redistribute funds across the round 2 programs as part of our contingency planning. We were and we continue to be appreciative of State Finance Council for giving us that authority, because there's so many moving parts in this process. It's important to be flexible and responsive to get those dollars out to Kansas. Next slide. This is a refresher slide to remember that while the Recovery Office, working in concert with SPARK and the State Finance Council, is responsible for the $1.034 billion, the state has received many other funds in addition to these funds, and you'll recall I've talked about it's something like $13 billion in total has come to Kansas. Recovery Office has been responsible for the 1.034. We have distributed those funds across 3 rounds, and I'd like to thank all of you for your help and your input, Senator Hawk for some of your questions as we've gone through the process, and many, many others. I can confidently say that we've had one of the most transparent, collaborative, and accountable processes in the nation. We're only one of 5 states that actually have a task force, and I believe we're the only state to utilize both a task force and a State Finance Council for approvals. Okay, next slide. Okay, so to date, we I need to give a shout out to Russell County. They are the only county that has expended all of their funds, and not only have they expended all of their funds, I would say within 42 cents. So Russell County, go Russell County, they came within 42 cents and they're done. We'll just give that a shout out. On top of that, we have completed 8 programs in round 2, and all of the programs associated with round 3 are underway. And I'm happy to go back and rattle off which programs those are if you're interested. We deleted we unfunded one program, the statewide courier service. As I understand it, KPHU was able to partner with another agency, I think it was with the National Guard, and they have a service, so they just partnered with them. So that $500,000 was released for other purposes. Okay, the next slide we need to spend a little time on, is this is the slide that kind of walks you through where we are in more of an accounting sort of way. So a couple of key headlines. The first is $440 million is at what I would call a final destination. Okay, so money is flowing to counties or to agencies, but that's not where it stops, right? It needs to get on to Kansas. So when I say final destination, that means it's either been used to buys supplies or it has actually gotten into Kansas hands. So that's the first big headline, 440 million, final destination. I want to emphasize when you look at that county line, the first line, when they received the 400 million, you recall, you'll see that 176 has gone into that final destination to counties. You see the 224 there? That's pending payment. I need to highlight that we're working off of numbers as of October 31st. So they reported on November 10th. So those are the numbers. We know that they've spent a lot in the month of November. We just don't have insight into how much they've spent in November, okay? So we know more's gotten out, we just don't know how much more yet. About 61 million or 6% of total funds is unawarded. You'll see that in the unawarded category. That doesn't mean that it hasn't been allocated for specific purposes. What it means is that applicants haven't been selected or purchases haven't occurred. Most of that is at 38.5 million that was approved to be redistributed by State Finance Council on November 20th. Now, we've initiated all the internal processes. We've gotten all the MOAs, all the memorandums of agreement out to agencies. And now that the Thanksgiving holiday is over, we anticipate those funds getting out the door soon. The bulk of expenses, which is about 502 million, that awarded pending payment column, that means that application recipients have been selected, so people have been selected, and we're in the process of cutting checks and making payments. So that refers to expenses where items have been purchased, or people have been notified, but we're waiting on invoices to finalize payments or cut checks to recipients. So that's kind of like the money going out part. And also, in addition to that, we're monitoring programs across all the rounds to determine where demand for a program may not have been as high as we would have originally anticipated, or where we're oversubscribed, where there was greater demand than we were able to fund. And as a result, we're recouping funds from some programs and redistributing to others. For example, we had $133 million in requests for small business working capital grants. And in the first round, we were only able to fund about 35 million. On the other hand, we haven't had as much demand for remote learning for school-aged children, and we know that they weren't able to use all $40 million that was originally allocated to them. That's why we went back to State Finance Council, and they approved moving releasing some funds to some programs, including small business. I'll talk more about the recoupment process for round 3 in just a minute. Okay, so that's kind of an overview of where the money's been going. Now I'm going to break it down in more detail, and we're going to start first with the county spend. Remember, they were allocated 400. We know that 176 has gotten to its final destination. We have 224 million remaining on the books. That's on the books as of October 31st. Russell County still has 42 cents. I don't know what they're going to do with that 42 cents, but they got it if they need it. We have not asked them to send us 2 postage stamps back yet. Okay. On top of that, for example, Gove County deserves a shout out. They're within 6% of their spend, and we know that they have had some significant COVID-19 related personnel issues. So this is the thing, you got to think about these county clerks that are trying to expend the funds, and on top of that, they had to run an election. So everybody's working hard to get their money out the door. I fully expect that when we get the November data, which will be on December 10th, we're going to see the numbers much higher because we're staying in touch with all of these counties. We have webinars and we have technical assistance assigned to each county. Oh, Laura, go on, sorry. There's the map. And what I wanted to say is that we are down, these are the counties highlighted that have less than 15% to spend. All right, okay, now on to the next slide. What's also interesting to understand is the different ways in which counties, which are closer to understanding what their local needs are, how they're spending their funds. So I've pulled up an example from Butler and Harvey County. And what you'll see here, for example, is that Butler County, which has had a higher unemployment rate, they allocated more money to small business and nonprofits. They also allocated more money to county operations. However, you'll see in Harvey County, which is, they have 2 four-year institutions, they allocated more to higher ed. than Butler County. So you can see the way that counties went through, thought about their priorities, and have allocated their funds. It'll be fascinating as this process wraps up to go back and do some analysis on where all of the funds ended up going by category. Okay, next slide. We've also seen some really good local partnerships. Shout out to Chase, Lyon, and Morris County. They teamed up to upgrade their radio system for the region. So we've also seen not only individual counties, but counties working together on their allocations. Next slide. And as I mentioned earlier, the Recovery Office is providing ongoing support for counties. We hold webinars to both share ideas from other states as to how funds are being expended and to allow counties to cross-share their ideas. We provide updates on guidance. They're not always glad to get the updates, but it's important for them to understand how things are changing. We also offer ideas about how they might extend their funds, as well as we started talking about the importance of, if you're not able to fully expend your funds, be a good neighbor. Send that money back to the state, to the Recovery Office, and we'll be able to further deploy those funds. So we've started including that messaging as well. I'd like to give a shout out to Ellis County. So as I understand it, their county administrator left a little early, and the county fire chief and emergency manager stepped up. Had no idea how to put the reports together. We worked closely with him to get him up to speed. I'm glad to tell you that within a few days, he was able to submit a flawless report. It tells you how important it is for cities and counties and the state to all work together. So we've got counties out there that are struggling, and Recovery Office is trying hard to provide support. Okay. Now we're going to close the chapter on counties, and we're going to start talking now about round two. Next slide, Laura. So a recap on round two. 253 million has been paid out. 76 is pending payment, and 43.5 million has been unawarded. And out of that 43.5 million, 38.5 is that money that was released out of round three. So essentially, because it's going back to small businesses, KDHE, those kinds of programs. So that money lags a little, but that's because it wasn't released until November 20th. So what we're doing in round two, you'll see is some redistribution. And I would point out $10 million. And while $10 million is a lot of money, it's relatively small when you consider over $1 billion is what we're managing. And what we've done, for example, the top line, KDHE's Health Fund, it was originally allocated at $8 million. We haven't seen as much demand for that as we thought. So we were able to release 2.56 from that and help Kate in buy 150 ventilators. That was important because we need to be able to move quickly, because when those kinds of supplies come on the market, you have to order them as soon as they're available, because there's a long line for those sorts of supplies. Now, what you'll see is the 4.77. This was money that nursing homes decided they didn't want to use. They had a certain allocation for PPE. Some nursing homes declined those funds because there's a lot of paperwork associated with all of these funds. So we took that PPE money along with the courier money and moved it to mental health grants. I remember this PPE story and how the nursing homes declined it, because I'm going to come back to this story in a minute, because with Paul Hart, there's a little more to share on that one. All right. So that closes the books on round two. Let's go to round three. All right, you may remember this one. So we came to State Finance Council with the round three out of the SPARK process. We had 50 million allocated for testing, 35 million for evictions, and 40 for child supervision. You'll recall, or perhaps you'll recall, on October 29th, those reserves were released. 30 million was released to go back up into testing. At 20 million in the business column under child supervision, that 20 million there was released to go back to small business. And then on November 13th, State Finance Council released a 25 million in essential needs and services reserve, and it went back up into COOP. So that is where the reserves went. Let's go a little deeper into where we are. Now, you remember I said we released the 20 million in round three reserves for small business. Next slide, Laura. All those recipients were notified as of yesterday that they'll receive funds. Remember, this is from the list of small businesses that applied, but we weren't able to get to all of them. So now we're working through the existing list, going back to that to make sure they meet the requirements, to be in good standing with the Secretary of State, that they're still in business, all those sorts of things. From that 20 million, we're able to get down about the next 800 names. So that's where we are in terms of that 20 million from the reserve. Okay, next slide. So in terms of, you've heard me say over and over again, this is a dynamic process. And this is where, for example, with evictions, 35 million. I think we're at today something like between 11 and 12 million in terms of applications for evictions. We went to State Finance Council and asked to have some of that money released so we could use it or deploy it in other ways, because we don't think we're going to need all 35 million in evictions. Likewise for remote learning and for school-aged children, I think we're at about 8 or 9 million. And there's a bit of a ripple effect. So kids went to school, and now we're seeing them go to the remote learning. There's this ripple. It takes some amount of time to stand up some of these programs. We're not going to use all 40 million. So we asked to take 23.5, combine those two for redistribution. So working with State Finance, so we went to State Finance Council to ask for that release. Next slide. And this is how we said we talked with agencies to better understand how these funds could be used. Of the 38.5, 18.5 was allocated for public health response. Now you'll see on here, this is where nursing homes show up. Remember I mentioned that earlier? So this is a good example of how things change. Caseloads started going up, nursing homes said, we actually do need more PPE. What they also said, and what we learned, is that it's easier to have KDADs purchase PPE in bulk and then send it to nursing homes so they don't have to do all of the paperwork. We've gotten better at some of this, I am glad to say. We're more efficient, and now we know how to better administer or help some of these businesses. This has been a good part of the process. Also why that flexibility part was important. We also see that we allocated, or State Finance Council allocated 20 million to go to restaurants and bars, movie theaters, venues, private colleges. That will be administered by Commerce. Okay. That kind of gets you through rounds 1, 2, and 3, and where the money has gone, and I know it's a lot of specific dollars and programs, but I think that's also reflective of how the process really works to try to move these funds where they're needed and to be responsive. All right, next steps. So I'm looking forward to the county reports on December 10th. And the state agencies will send in their reports on December 14th. We fully anticipate going back to State Finance Council sort of mid to late December after we kind of crunch all those numbers to have a final discussion about where those funds that may be flexible, that may not have been used, that can be recouped, that we know enough about before December 30, where they could go. State Finance Council has already said they want funds to go into the unemployment trust fund. That will certainly be one thing that we'll talk about, but we will also, if there are other ideas out there, we'll bring that to them for their consideration as well. All right, a little more specificity. Next slide. So this is what the timeline looks like and milestones for the counties. So you see that December 10th date, we'll get their report. We'll look at it from, starting on the 11th. We will go into a voluntary recoupment process from really the 11th until the 30th. The MOAs state that if the counties haven't fully expended their funds, that on the 30th, we can begin the recoupment process. But remember what I told you about, the guidance on the 17th. They may not have all their invoices in, so we can't just go take money out of their bank account because they may have invoices that are rolling in January. So there's some give and take that has to occur here. We'll continue to provide support to them. We will review their reports, make sure those expenses are eligible expenses. There are ongoing reports that are required for Treasury. They actually the counties have up until June 15th, they can reserve a little bit of money to help with accounting and auditing services. So this process doesn't stop on December 30th, but what does need to stop is the expenditure of funds that weren't incurred by December 30th. So there is a deadline, but just because you hit the deadline doesn't mean you're done. That's the reporting rule. Okay, next slide, similar process. Agency reports on December 14th, we take a look at those. Somewhere, post December 15th, I don't want to give a specific date yet. We'll go back to State Finance Council with what we do know. It won't be everything, but with what we do know, we'll go back to State Finance Council. Then we know that we'll need final reports from the agencies on March 17th. And then we continue to do reconciliation and reviews. And the final state report with all the roll-ups from all the various recipients, totaling more than 5,000, will go to the OIG, Office of Inspector General, on October 12th. Next slide. So sort of in summary, this is what the Office of Recovery will be responsible for in December, January, and then on an ongoing basis until we get to that October 12th date. This month, pretty darn busy, keeping track of the monies that are being expended, not being expended, who needs money, who can absorb money and use it. All of that review, we will have an update with Spark, I believe that's next week. We'll go to State Finance Council. In January, we'll be monitoring final county expenses. We'll be recouping unused funds. And we'll continue with our reporting requirements. All right, now we're on the last segment. We can go through this pretty quickly today. So we have a dashboard. I'm also glad to say we're one of the most transparent states in the nation in terms of ability to see how the dollars are being spent, not just at a high level, but in pretty good granularity. So today, the dashboard will be updated, and so it will have through the October 30 information. Next slide. You can learn about a Spark investment category by clicking, you'll see there. So this one's education. You can click on the education little tab, and you can see then a drill down of how that was spent at the state level. Next slide. You can also do multi-county views. Senator Hawk, I think earlier you said something about teaching an old dog new tricks. Well, in this case, if you wanted to click on your 3 counties there, you'd see how all 3 of your counties invested their funds. You could, teaching a man to fish here, you could do that. Any of you could do that for whatever counties you're interested in. Next slide. Representative Hoffman, you could click on yours and see how funds were expended in your neck of the woods. So there you go. If you wanted more information, it might be there, sir. All right, so last slide. So anyway, that information, recognize it's not updated on a daily basis, it's updated once a month, but it will provide you with some really good details. Lastly, I want to say thanks to everybody across the state. This is a monumental effort, and some really good things are happening as the state and locals have partnered. From 2 cars for help for nurses. Up until this time, we had 1 regional health nurse, and she had to share a car with other people, and the car was pretty regularly breaking down. Through Spark, through the State Finance Council, we bought a new car for her, and another nurse has been hired, so now the state has 2 public health nurses, and they each have a vehicle, which is fantastic. Yoga Meats is a good example where they've doubled their refrigeration storage, so they can expand production, hire more people, and have a more secure food chain during COVID. We're making broadband infrastructure improvements across the state. And then more so, we've also provided, for example, 12-month vouchers to students at Great Bend High School so they can afford to access one. At Memorial Health System in Dickinson County, nurses now have 5G iPads that will allow them to provide telemedicine services in every location in their county. So it's easy to get caught up in the big numbers, but when you look at pictures like this, these dollars are really helping real Kansas. So with that, I will be happy to stand for any questions or have my subject matter experts respond to questions.
All right, thank you, Secretary. Just another rest of the story on processing. I just got a call that my sheep can go in next December, only 8, and they're get booked into 2022. And this is a company that already expanded. And they thought that people, when they had the scare and everybody was buying a cow and freezers and everything, they actually thought that that would kind of settle down and some people would cancel, and they didn't. So, just interesting thing I never thought would happen. So I'm going to take questions from, we're going to go with Chair Waymaster first, and we'll come back to you.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and I do apologize. I actually had a constituent call that was calling, and actually it is pertinent to the information we've been sharing today. And that is in regards to some relief. He has a small business in one of the counties represent. And he was worried about property taxes because his business had been shut down for 4 months. Anyway, so when I was out in the hall discussing with him, he happened to bring up to me that this particular county administered some of the funds that they received from the state out of the $400 million that we allocated for the 105 counties to the city, which his business is located in. However, the city will not release the funds. And I said, well, they have until December 30th to spend those funds. Otherwise, it goes back to the county. The county has to go back to the state, and we have to go back to the federal government. So I guess what would be the action, or what would be the action of the Office of Recovery could take in telling that city, you have 29 days from today?
So this isn't the first time, although I would like to say we haven't had this happen a lot, but we have fielded some of those calls. And we have Doug Gerber, he's our lead on county interactions. So Doug usually gets on the phone, talks first to the county to understand sort of like what was their sequence and what was their selection process. Then he gets on the phone and he talks to the city, and we go through a process to explain what the requirements are and how soon they need to move and what's at risk if they don't.
Because he was just expressing it. I mean, there might be some other backstory that I was not being told by this particular constituent, but
No, it's time.
we were just talking about that earlier today with Director Day in regards to the amount of money that we had approved from CARES Act for the system upgrades in the Capitol. And I think all of us that were sitting on the SPARK committee said, well, the finite date is December 30th, but there was this question of whether that could be carried over if those funds are not utilized. And I said, well, we'll wait for Director Lorenz to come, and I'll ask her that question.
That needs to be ordered, and it needs to not only be ordered, but it needs to be ordered in a way that we have reasonable assurance that it will be delivered on time.
The other,
Because there are supply chain problems, and the federal government recognizes that. So if you order something and you can reasonably expect it to be delivered, great. If there's a hiccup in the supply chain, you get a bit of grace for that, but it needs to have been ordered.
well, and I think we were having that conversation before, and because if that $5 million is not completely spent, I think it's about 3.1 or 2, what he said, then that money is going to go, that 1.8 million will go back to the Office of Recovery. But if you get that back on December 30th, there's no way for you to reallocate those funds for another purpose.
Not for another.
It's already been approved by the state finance.
Right, well, I should clarify, there could be an opportunity if for like highway patrol, for health and safety, salary expenses that were incurred before December 30, we can go back and reimburse for those. That's about it. So it's not like we actually lose that money, but it won't be used for the purpose that it was intended. And I think we're all clear that, we're going to be working in this kind of environment for a few months. We also have Matt on the phone and Doug, so if there are specific questions, we can either have them weigh in or we can do it offline. We're happy to have a conversation to help clarify anything that needs to be clarified.
Yeah, because all of us expressed at that time that I think it's December 30th is the date that it needs to be spent. Otherwise, it needs to be going back to the federal government. It's not.
Or maybe replayed in another way, but you'll have difficulty in getting your system that you need.
Let's talk a little bit about the rent and foreclosure.
Yeah, the evictions?
Yes, the evictions. How successful has
So,
that been utilized?
yeah, so we are at about roughly 12 million in applications. I would say, and we have seen upticks each week. I think we've partnered with Department of Labor to send out some sort of notice so that we're trying to let people know more about it. So we expect that demand to grow a bit more, but we also recognize the deadline.
So what does that outreach look like? I mean, are you reaching out to?
So Secretary Wright will be here. That'd be a good question for him. I think, are there mailers? You want to, Shelley maybe can answer this.
For the program specifically, there were a couple of different outreach that the Housing Resource Corporation did. They have some member entities that they advised and used. I think Secretary Lorenz had mentioned that as one of the soft launch programs that they did, so they opened it up front. And then with the Department of Labor, we've partnered with them. They're going to do an informational kind of mailing to some of the claimants that have filed for unemployment, and there will be some information about the application as a whole.
I was kind of wondering how that was looking at the, last month that we haven't in person. And then the final one, actually, yesterday, and I received a lot of emails about this, especially from those in rural Kansas, because it was kind of wondering exactly how the money is going to be administered. At the last state finance council meeting, I believe the amount was $5 million for all the movie screens across the state of Kansas. Basically, that equated down to $10,000 per screen throughout the state. And I think there's maybe some misconception of exactly something they have to apply for. It was my understanding when we approved that there was already a database of how many movie screens there are across the state.
So if Secretary Toland's on, you should have him weigh in on that, because the intention is that it goes across the state. So Secretary Toland, are you on?
Yes, I am. Representative Waymaster. So on the application, this will be simply for us to obtain the information on each of these individual movie theater companies in the state so that we have a record of where the dollars go to. But it is a $10,000 flat amount per screen across the state that includes multi-screen theaters that are in metropolitan areas and single screen movie theaters that are on main streets in smaller communities. It also does include, there are a couple of municipal movie theaters and nonprofit theaters that are included in this amount. So there have been some questions about eligibility on those, and we consider them to be the same as privately owned theaters.
They don't necessarily need to apply.
They will fill out an online form that captures their information. So it's not an application that we approve or deny. It's just we have to capture their information through this online form, which is being built right now, and we will have it done by the end of the week. And we are going to email this out to all of the theaters in the state. We have a list from the theater owners of Mid-America of all of these movie houses in the state. And so we're going to send it out electronically.
So, well, let me just read you the correspondence that this individual sent to me. It says, I'm the president of the Norton Theater Association Incorporated. We have a two-screen nonprofit theater here in Norton, founded as mostly volunteer organization in 1992, and have been a vital source of entertainment for the large surrounding area. And so he was just wondering what the instructions are. So right now, there is not an application in place. It will be up shortly.
That's correct. It will be up shortly, and it's simply a form that they'll have to complete online.
Okay. Thank you, Secretary Toland, and thank you, Secretary.
Thank you.
Senator Cox?
Thank you, Madam Chair. One comment about movie theaters and screens. Giving $10,000 for each screen is maybe an advantage to the suburban and metropolitan that have multi-screens compared to some of the rurals that may only have one or two screens. And I don't know if it's too late to look at that, but you have 20 screens and you get $200,000. That's certainly some of that's marginal cost on your screen. So it's a thought for looking at that. And I want to make sure we keep our rural movie theaters in business around the state, as well as the ones in towns like my town. I think maybe we need to look at some of the money we give to rural areas in terms of that impact. So I don't know if there's time to look at that. The other comment I had was about in terms of the rental and foreclosure money. I don't think any of that goes for utilities, but a lot of the people who are in arrears are also likely in arrears on their utilities. And if we're looking for a spot, we might be able to help people out and get money into the economy. With some of the money that's not spent, we may look at some utility assistance for those very people that got assistance on their rental income or their back rent.
We looked at that earlier in the process, and there were some stumbling blocks there. I'll have to go back and look to see what those were. I agree with you, but I can't remember what the block was.
And my final concern is on vaccines. I've had my local pharmacies say, wow, we don't think we can afford to buy a freezer that goes down to the -84 degrees centigrade Fahrenheit. And then they said, we also looked and they're all back ordered. So even if we could afford it, we can't get it. So I wonder if we need to be in a position, assuming that we're going to get FDA approval on these, at least 2 out of the 3 vaccines. One, the Pfizer needs refrigeration. Could we be in a position to help with that in terms of that expense so that we might get people in Kansas their vaccine?
The best hope there is for an extension in time, because we can't order something that we already know is not available with the December 30th deadline. It would be awesome if we could get an extension on time.
I'm sure we could find a way that we can expedite access to vaccine. Finally, thank you for the incredible job you have done. It has to be overwhelming for you and your staff. I'm just amazed at what we've gotten done, and I wish you well coming down the home stretch. Who knows where the end of the home stretch is, but
December 30th is a big page turn.
yeah, I certainly appreciate
The team is the team, and it is, that's the thing, it's not just recovery office, it's all the moving parts underneath that have been fantastic, from the county clerks to KDHE that's overwhelmed oftentimes with just trying to do a response to navigating the testing, to commerce that's taken so much of the funds to get to small, incremental pieces. It's been a state effort, and I've been thankful to get to be part of it.
It's amazing, I think, what Commerce has been able to do in terms of getting so many dollars out, not just CARES dollars, but all the other ones. And then kudos to you and your staff for the webinar, the county people, because I know my county people were a little chagrined early on about how could they possibly know how to deal with this. You certainly have been responsive to that. Thank you.
Teamwork makes the dream work.
Madam Chair.
Representative Wolfmore.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I just want to add my thanks also. You've done a phenomenal job, you and your team, and thank you so very much. I have a few questions. First, real quick one on the evictions. Are the that money that's available, are the counties aware of that through your webinars?
And some counties actually allocated some of the county funds to evictions as well on top of that.
Right.
And yes, they are aware of it.
Okay, good. I just want to make sure. The next question is on page 22, where you have the remaining timelines and milestones for the counties. It says December 17th to 30th, ongoing voluntary recoupment. So would you still be getting notice of money not spent by counties on December 30th, and how will that play out?
So it's, nothing about this is ideal. So nothing about it's ideal. So voluntary recruitment, that sort of falls in the bucket of be a good neighbor. If you know, as a county, if you just know you're not gonna expend all your funds. We're saying, let us know, and then we can have a hope of putting those to use in a different way. Now, remember, counties have the ability to say, we spent X on police and on health or safety salaries, so they can use those funds sort of in the waning days as well. But they need to do it. And that's what we started in the middle of November, saying like, don't hold back. If you're gonna use that money that way, even though it sounds easy, and it is easy, you still have to do the paperwork part of that, so do that. So we don't anticipate a lot of money coming back from counties, either voluntarily or because things got messed up. We don't anticipate a lot, but it would be very helpful if they go ahead and start, because you know how it is, once you get to like December 15th, everybody starts thinking about the holidays, and that time just kind of like gets away from it. So, but maybe some counties will say, we don't anticipate using that money, or we used it all on everything we could think of, and we still have some. Then we would be able to take those funds back. If we knew before December, you know, it sort of depends on how soon they tell us. If they tell us on December 20 and we go to State Finance Council on December 21, we could say, hey, we think we're going to get some of this money and it could go to unemployment. But we have to have heard from the counties that they're not going to use it, because they have till December 30th to actually use those funds. Then they have a report on January 6th. So we should have some visibility into that. But then we start going through the January 6th reports to make sure those were all eligible expenses. And even then they can hold some back for their audit and for their final reporting. So that's why I keep saying December 30 is an important date for spend, but it's for sort of like not encumbrance, but it's like for obligation. But you can get your invoice, that PPE, on January 28th and pay it then. So it's a little dynamic, you know, it's a little mushy.
My next question is, I probably knew this, but I forgot. So the mental health grants, how are those distributed? Through the Association of Community Mental Health Centers? How was that done?
That is a good question. Shelley, do you know the answer to that one? So, or does anybody on the phone? No, I'm pretty darn sure, I don't know that it went to an association. We'll have to get back to you on that. I don't think so, because I think KHRC was the first time we did an association.
Okay.
I suspect it went through a state agency. Like 90% of them.
And then my last question is, you know, less of a question. So in regard to schools, I've heard lots of talk that schools are getting all this money, you know, that we can afford to cut school finance in the future. But my understanding is, and correct me, is one-time sort of unbudgeted expenses, whether it's for PPE or extra cleaning or extra bus attendance. And that's not, and I've even heard talk about meals. That's federal government money that can't be moved to anything else. So maybe you could just speak to sort of.
It is not, none of this money is revenue replacement. That might be the cleanest way to say that.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate that. Thank you very much, Madam Chair.
Senator Bellinger.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Julie, thank you for being here again today, and as always, you're doing a great job. Keep up the good work. Appreciate you and your staff.
We're getting close.
And I don't know if this question is as much for you as maybe Congress, that on page 18, you got approximately 800 new businesses will receive funds from the reallocation. How many initially received them?
So Secretary Tolan, it's a good number, but we did not meet all the needs. Secretary Tolan, can you help us out with that?
Yes, Senator Billinger, in the first round, we funded 1,982 small businesses. With the additional 20 million that was made available, there's only 800 more that we'll be adding.
So how many applied to do that got zero then?
I'm sorry, could you repeat the question?
How many are left out in the cold?
How many are left out in the cold? So we have sent the list of all those that are after the 1982 plus the 800, which is approximately 2,900 additional businesses. We've sent those to the counties so that they are aware that within their county there were such and such businesses that we were not able to fund in these first rounds of Spark funding, so that those counties may, if they wish, use their county allocations for small business support. But it's, yeah, I think the exact number is 2,914.
So roughly you had 4,700 apply. Did you get
Roughly.
You should have taken your total dollars or however million you had and just divided by the 5,000. You know, USDA, whenever they do their distributions, they generally take whatever money is allocated and then they go down. Any farmer that applies will get a percentage. They may get 50% of whatever. 20%. Was that considered at all?
We looked at a number of factors on how we could approach this. And, you know, that was considered. We also, though, have the issue of, in some cases, there are eligibility problems where we might have businesses which have not, which are not in good standing with Secretary of State, or that may have filed for bankruptcy during this year. And so in the end, we felt like the best approach was to review applications on a first come, first served basis, ensure that we've got eligibility, and to make these investments as quickly as possible in those businesses. We also, I would note that a number of businesses applied for less than the maximum that they were able to apply for. So in most cases, it was a $20,000 cap. Some businesses applied for 7,000 or for 12,000, and because that's what they needed. And so I think in the end, being able to have a little more precise approach with each individual business was probably preferable, but we've learned a lot of lessons from this, and certainly if there are additional dollars that come from a future stimulus, we need to evaluate our process and how we did this and figure out what's the best way.
Thank you. And so, as committee members here, as we get asked by these 2,900 that didn't get any funds, how do we answer them?
You know, what I would say is that we have done everything possible to make sure that we've had a transparent and open process where we've had good communication across the state so that businesses are aware of the opportunity and had time to prepare to make their application, knowing that there are limited funds and that they will be awarded on a first come, first served basis. And that, you know, with the second round of funding that we did with this last 800 businesses, in that case, those businesses were initially all told, we're sorry, we're out of money, we can't do it. And we were fortunate to be able to come back and say, hey, we've got good news, and fund those 800. So I think that this multi-layered approach where we've got the state as the first level, and then with those we aren't able to fund, there are local decisions being made by counties on whether or not to fund those businesses, has been a reasonable way to try to tackle this.
One additional question. The approximately 1,700, or I guess it depends on what had been, originally you said 1,982? Is that correct?
That's correct.
We have 800. So these folks, did you check how many of those applied and received the PPP loans the banks were making? Do you know?
I'm sorry, Senator, the audio is not great. Could you repeat the question?
Sure. Of these folks that did receive funds, did we check or did it make any difference that they may have already received PPP loans through banks?
Yes. So one of the factors that we evaluated, and this was included in the application, was whether or not they had received PPP or EIDL loans from the CARES Act or other support. And we had specific thresholds that I believe it was a maximum of $350,000 that were permitted on the small business working capital grants that an applicant could have received from the PPP and EIDL programs. So yes, we did take into account other support that businesses had received.
Okay, one final question. This freezer that was taken to the Yoder meat factory, how did they get chosen? I mean, did they have to apply for this, or how did that work?
Yeah, so one of the round two investment categories was for what we called securing local food systems. So these were grants made available to small businesses that, in many cases, it's a local meat locker or a processor of some kind. So Yoder Meats was one of, I believe, 180 or so, 183 businesses that we through that category, the securing local food system, so that they could increase their capacity to process, in their case, meat products. So they did apply. They were evaluated by a team at the Kent's Department of Agriculture, and they were scored and were ultimately awarded funding.
Okay, well, thank you a lot. Appreciate your answering some questions that were asked of me, so thank you.
Thank you, Senator.
Thank you, Senator Bellinger. I almost thought of Senator Hawk. One more question, just one more question. Yeah, Representative Waymaster. Oh, I know what you want. Representative Hawk.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Julie, thanks for being here. Thank you for all you're doing. Just to clarify, because I had this question come up with one of my cities. They're trying to put in, I'm not exactly sure what they're putting in, but they're having problems getting the items in. They keep back ordering them, but they've paid for them. So as long as they pay for them, and if they don't come in before the 30th and they don't get them installed, are they still okay?
Let me bounce over to either Matt or Doug. I think so, but let's check with the experts. Matt or Doug, are you on the phone, and can you answer that question?
I am here, Secretary. This is Matt Urchel. I'm with Wood O'Brien's, and that specific topic comes up a lot when we're interacting with the counties. And there's not a simple answer, but as simple as I could put it is, if they order the item and they have a financial obligation to that vendor, and they learned about the supply chain disruption or the delayed delivery after they entered into that financial obligation, then they should be okay. Now that comes within reason. So if you're looking at a delivery date of March or June and they have a mechanism of getting out of that purchase, they should probably do so. But if we're looking at January or February and they learned about it after they actually entered into a contract or a purchase order, then they should be okay.
So if they went into a contract maybe in September, October, they're probably okay. If they would enter in a contract on December 30th, they probably wouldn't be.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's exactly right.
Time that they could get it. Okay. Because they're really confused because in the guidance that it said it had to be installed before the 30th.
That's right, and unless it's subject to supply chain disruption. So if you have entered into a contract that said you must, we're looking for this to be installed prior to December 30th, and then the vendor goes and finds out that they can't get access to this materials, and they communicate back to the city or county that they have these supply chain disruptions, provided that they have a contract that says, it should have been done by this date, and it can't be done by this date because of the supply chain disruptions, it's going to be really critical for them to document it. But the Treasury has indicated some allowance with those funds still being eligible because of the supply chain disruption.
All right, I appreciate that.
And absolutely, Matt and Doug, and there's a team of about 5 technical specialists that help Matt and Doug, and so they're available to answer those specific questions too. Happy to.
I don't think it's a huge amount of money, but they are concerned that they're
I appreciate the
being
concern.
hooked for it later. But I believe they've already paid for them all.
And as long as they ordered it early and it's now a supply chain problem, it's okay.
Okay, all right, thank you, Mr. Madam Chair.
Representative Carpenter.
Madam Chair, my question is for Secretary Tolman. On that food security deal, how many applicants were there on that?
There were 541 applicants, and we awarded to 183.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you.
All right, well, before we move on to KDHE, just in transitioning, so I'm going to have some questions about testing probably for KDHE here coming up, but I was looking at the little, what do you call the dashboard, I think, and I went under public health, and I was trying to find testing. I see contact tracing, but I think about all the dollars that we approved with the SPARK committee and State Finance Council approved. I can't find those on the dashboard.
Okay, I'll take a look. I also don't know, Danny, if you're on the phone, or Matt, have the October 30 numbers, do we have October 30 yet, or are we still on September 30? They're supposed to be up today. I just don't know if they're live yet or not.
If it's not updated, it should be shortly. I believe the date is in. It just needs to be refreshed now.
My understanding, it's taken a long time to get money out to those facilities that are willing to do the saliva testing, which is the quicker turnaround. And our hope was that that was going to be used for businesses. It seems like we've hit some bumps on that. And then it's my understanding that they have to administer the test. The test has to go to the proper lab, and then they have to submit the paperwork before they get their money back. So I think about, you know, we're in a crisis, you know, they keep saying 2 weeks after Thanksgiving and those kind of things. Well, that'll be coming up, and we're going to need more testing. And so that these facilities can't even get the testing until after they administer. And we're going to hit December 31, and I don't know why we don't just give them the testing so they can go without worrying about their personal costs.
So cash flow issue and all that. I do know, and I don't know whether we want to have, I think it's probably, if we think we're wrapped up with most of the recovery office, testing questions, I know we've got folks from KDHE, I'll probably bounce over to them and either I don't know whether we want to send that to Ashley or Dr. Ahmed or Danny or Akash, any of those, I think would make sense for you all to answer some testing questions, and then you can move into the KDHE vaccine portion.
Correct.
If that's what you want to do.
We'll probably go ahead and listen to the vaccination plan. But since you were here recovery, and I'm looking on the
Yeah, and I will check to see if it
website,
needs to
I'm
be,
like,
if it's been uploaded or we're still looking at September 30 data.
so you said October 31st, everything was caught up, so not everything is caught up. Some things are, or
What
is
I
that
don't
a
know is if you're
different?
looking at September 30 data or October 30 data. It's supposed to be uploaded
It says
today.
last updated 10/30
Okay.
on here. And
Nothing on
I'm
testing.
looking for a testing category, and I see contact tracing, so.
Oh, Laura might have found it.
It is September expenses. The testing allocations were authorized in September, so those aren't spent yet, so they'll be reflected later today when the.
Shall we take your mask?
Sorry.
It's okay.
Those were reflected for September numbers. They haven't been updated for October expenses yet. The testing funds were authorized in September, so they wouldn't show in that expense. Because because they were authorized but not spent yet.
So I will see some new numbers here.
Shortly.
All right, thank you. And again, thank you for all your work. You've done a very good job and appreciate hearing that Kansas had a team and a transparent process, and where other states have a different kind of process. It sounds like you've done a very good job. Thank you. All right, at this time, we will turn our attention to the presentation on COVID-19 vaccine distribution plan. And we have Phil Griffin, Director of Disease Control and Prevention Bureau, Kansas Department of Health and Environment, via Zoom.
Good afternoon, Chairman. I am Phil Griffin with the Kansas Department of Health and Environment. I'm the Director of Prevention and Control, and within that is the immunization program. So I'm going to share my screen to walk through the slides real quick. And I think I shared the wrong screen.
We have, unless you want this one.
Let's try this one. Okay, so do you have a full screen?
This one.
Okay, great. So I'm going to talk basically today about where we're at in the planning process, and I need to caveat this with the fact that this information is literally changing almost by the hour between the time that I first turned these over for final draft yesterday morning and just before they went to you, some numbers and information changed, and I actually got some additional information yesterday afternoon that I will try to share today as well. So where we're at right now is that it's been well publicized. There are two vaccines that, as of yesterday, there are two vaccines that are now at FDA for the approval process. The first one was a Pfizer vaccine, and it's the one that many have heard most about and have heard a great deal of interest around the ultra cold storage issue. The Pfizer vaccine, if approved, will be required to be held at below 80 degrees Celsius. And so there are limited capacities for that ultra cold storage. And, but we do have many of those across the state. We were asked early on by the CDC and HHS not to go out and purchase a lot of ultra cold storage capacity, because they also have created a solution that goes along with the vaccine for cold chain storage and management of that, which I'll talk a little bit about as we get further along here. The Moderna vaccine was the other vaccine that yesterday had presented their information to the FDA to look for emergency authorization use. So that is a standard refrigerated vaccine, standard frozen vaccine that we're most commonly used to using across the vaccination world. Varicella, or the chickenpox vaccine, is one that is a typical frozen vaccine to compare that to. So the FDA has set a timeline that they expect to act on the Pfizer vaccine on the 12th of December, followed the following week on the 17th of December with a decision on the Moderna vaccine. The process of the FDA approval is outlined in the next slide, which I'm not going to go to all the detail, but basically it's the FDA approves some standards and sets the expectations for research and safety studies and effectiveness studies and things like that from the very beginning of the process. Once all of those various phases of clinical trials and vaccination research has been completed and all the data has been collected, then the manufacturing company takes the opportunity at that point to present the data if it is good safety and good efficacy to the FDA. The FDA then goes through a process of reviewing all the scientific data and has an external review board that as well that looks at that data and provides then a decision as to how or whether or not that vaccine will be used. The FDA, once that determination is made, then it rolls over to the Advisory Committee of Immunization Practices, commonly known as ACIP, and they also review the clinical data. I want to point out that while the final package of clinical data has just been made available in its entirety, both the FDA and ACIP working groups have had some various opportunities along the way to see some of that data as it's being developed and some of the studies as it's being developed. So it's not like all of the data is being dumped on them at one time to totally digest and review. The ACIP generally only meets quarterly. Throughout the pandemic, they have been meeting on the last 4 or 5 months, have been meeting on a monthly basis so that they are able to kind of stay on top of exactly what's going on to be prepared, because normally their recommendation process takes several weeks. What they have committed to is once the FDA has made a recommendation on emergency use of any of the vaccines, they will meet within 24 hours and make a recommendation on who should be vaccinated, how they should be vaccinated, what age groups, and so forth. And then as well, any that the safety data or efficacy data does not support vaccinating those groups. An example of that we do expect to happen with the initial vaccines coming out is that there will not be a recommendation for vaccination of children or vaccination of pregnant women. Now, the reason for that is not that it's been found to be unsafe, it's that there is not enough data at this point, there's not enough large studies at this point to be able to support those vaccine recommendations. That is not uncommon, again, when a lot of different medications or vaccines are created initially. Those are two groups that are further down the line in the study groups, unless it maybe is a vaccine specifically being looked at for children only. But if it's a vaccine or a medication that is going to be used across populations, generally children or pregnant women or some high-risk groups like that may be further down the line in the clinical trial studies because they're the more vulnerable groups and don't want to risk any concerns around safety in those initial studies until they have some more solid data available. I can tell you that there are children's studies ramping up and some very large going on right now. So we do anticipate that it will not be a significant amount of time relative to everything else when the vaccine will become more available to children as well. And again, it's about the recommendation, and the recommendations are based on the studies. From that point, the ACIP makes their recommendation to the CDC, and the CDC then makes the official recommendation of what groups are to be vaccinated and what the plan should be for that. At that point, the Kansas vaccination distribution plan will be engaged and fully active, and you've been provided with a copy of that as well, I believe. So how are we moving in developing all of that? So we've had for several months an internal planning group that's been created with our vaccine experts as well as our preparedness experts, local health departments, the Kansas Hospital Association, safety net clinics, a variety of different public affairs for communications, all types of different internal people that have been working on plans, developing this master plan that you're seeing, following the CDC guidance and HHS guidance, and as they have been delivered to us. And so that information has been compiled into the plan that you see. And I also need to emphasize that the plan is a living document and will be continuously updated. As I said earlier, our information is changing on a daily basis, and sometimes more, even more than that. And then we've also recently engaged an external planning committee. The external planning committee is a group of variety of different stakeholders that you can see there representing cross-cultural issues, economic issues, geographically spread across representing different constituency groups. And our intent with that group is to ask for their assistance, and there are some others being added to the list that you've received already. But in doing so, asking for, number one, for them to be at the table and make sure that when it comes down to equitable distribution of the vaccine, that we are hearing and knowing what the different concerns may be across different populations. So for instance, in the disability communities, there may be specific concerns around access and how will we get to the vaccine. And so we need to be considering that. We need to make sure that if we're doing mass vaccination clinics, that we have them fully accessible. And then different cultural issues and underlying cultural concerns that may rise with vaccines in general, and specifically about a new vaccine. The other thing is we're asking of this group is to also help inform us and for them to then become champions within their different constituency and representation groups, and or identify others champions that can be speaking to the communities, so that we're able to increase that willingness of Kansans to accept the vaccine. Because it's important to remember too that a vaccine is only a vaccine, it's the vaccination that really matters. And until we move from the vaccine to the actual vaccination, we've done no good. The vaccine will begin to become available. There's all expectations that with that decision on the 10th, that meeting on the 10th of the FDA, that at some level, the Pfizer vaccine, the ultra-cold storage vaccine, will have an emergency use authorization. Whether that is fully widespread and can go to anyone, or if it has some stipulations on it, that's the big piece to be discovered at this point. But we know from everything we've seen that it is a highly efficacious vaccine at about 94%, and has a very good safety profile. And the same with the Moderna that'll happen the next week. But what we had been given to understand at this point is that there is a certain amount of vaccine that is pre-positioned and pre-available. And as soon as that vaccine decision is made on the 10th, the intent is that they will pre-position vaccine in each state at that time. So when that happens, we have been asked and have designated 5 ultra cold storage sites in the state, and those sites will receive vaccine within a couple of days of the 10th. They will not be able to administer vaccine out of those sites until the ACIP and CDC recommendations have been released. But again, that is to happen within 24 hours is when the ACIP is meeting. So we would expect probably by between the 13th and the 15th to be getting that guidance on who is to be vaccinated and which priority groups, and how we are to go about vaccinating at that point. The new bit of information that I received yesterday after the slides went out, that is that in Kansas, what we are expecting to receive of that Pfizer vaccine on or around the 13th to the 15th of December is 23,750 doses of vaccine. So we also know that we are anticipating that the ACIP recommendation is the first and highest group to be vaccinated, will be the healthcare workers who are working in emergency and ICU, directly COVID-related facilities across the state. So when we look at those populations and what we know about them, that's roughly 35 to 40,000 individuals that would be eligible to receive that vaccine. So obviously you can see from the very beginning, we're not going to have enough vaccine to vaccinate everyone. But I would say that we have a pretty good chance of vaccinating everyone in that group who is willing to accept the vaccine. Pfizer has their own information that they have shared out that roughly 45% of people right now are willing to receive the vaccine. 20% absolutely have said they will not receive the vaccine. And then there's about 35% that are kind of on the fence. And so you see numbers kind of all over the place in that 35% range of where people are at. But then what we know is that there will be a steady increase of vaccine coming. We would expect Moderna to be providing vaccine shortly thereafter. They have a slightly smaller amount in their initial allocations. We don't have exact numbers on them yet, but there's a good chance that some of their vaccine will begin coming out to the jurisdictions on the week of Christmas. And then there will be some additional vaccine coming in January from both manufacturers, and that information we will get as it comes. So the chart that you're looking at there, that just how it has the line and the graph on it, shows that while it'll start off kind of slow, then there'll be a pretty rapid increase. And we will get through the phase 1 as that increase is happening, moving into phase 2, where we should begin to see plenty of market availability of vaccine. But that phase 2 is probably going to be in the spring of next year at the earliest. And then phase 3, when we're actually looking to be able to vaccinate the general population, is probably looking at next summer. These are some current broad information about how we expect the vaccine distribution priorities to go. What is happening is the federal level is the CDC will provide us with some general broad information, and the states are responsible for breaking that down into kind of state-specific groups and priorities. We've done a little more fleshing out phase 1A, that initial phase that'll happen with what we're getting in December and into January. And you can see those are the high-risk healthcare workers are top of that list. And then those that will be doing some vaccinating. The Department of Corrections, you'll see on there, there's some questions about that. It's not the general population of the Department of Corrections facilities. That is specifically, there are 3 of the male facilities and the female facility that have a specific COVID management unit, which is essentially a hospital within the corrections facility to manage their active COVID patients there. So we're talking about the healthcare workers associated with that. I also need to define that healthcare workers is a generalized term being used here, and that's not only licensed nurses and doctors and respiratory therapists and things like that, but it also includes those that do food service, those that do housekeeping, anybody who's working in those units associated with COVID. Then we'll move quickly from 1A into kind of an overlap between 1A and B. That's where we'll be seeing long-term care facility staff and residents, as well as moving more into local health departments, our other first responders, and then continuing to move down that line. You'll see there's very little detail when we get into phase 2 or phase 3, and that is work that'll need to happen that we're continuing, and that's what that advisory group is working very diligently on right now, is really looking at what is the definition of an essential worker, which essential workers are going to come first. There's a lot of ethical debate around that. And just a lot of understanding that we all need to look at it from not only a health standpoint, but also from an economic standpoint. When we're telling people that they need to be essential workers, they need to be out there, then we need to start evaluating what are the risks. So is the wait staff at a local restaurant at a greater risk than maybe a factory worker who is in a confined, always exposed to the same group of people that has more manageability of putting other mitigation standards in place within that facility. So there's still some tough decisions to be made along the way, and we'll continue to work toward that. The vaccine, our goals in general is that we will vaccinate all willing Kansans as vaccine becomes available. And there's multiple challenges with that. We talked a little bit about the unclear timeline and the quantity of vaccines. We don't know exactly when we're going to get things, how much we're going to get. Most vaccines that we're seeing will have 2-dose requirements. I've only seen one so far that is promising that it is a single dose, but most will have 2 doses, which are separated by 3 to 4 weeks in time, and they're not interchangeable. So if you start off with the Pfizer vaccine, 3 weeks later, you need to get the second dose with the Pfizer vaccine. If you start off with the Moderna vaccine, 4 weeks later, you need to get that Moderna vaccine second dose. Talked a little bit about the different storage issues. So there's 3 different types of storage across the different vaccines that are being developed. The 2 that we know about right now that are coming out are the ultra cold freezing, which I've indicated there and we talked about already, the standard freezing, which is -15 to -25 degrees Celsius. And that is similar to a standard household type refrigerator freezer, except we don't use those. They need to be pharmaceutical grade freezers. And then we have the refrigeration, which is 2 to 8 degrees Celsius in the most common of the vaccine type refrigerators. There's multiple vaccine partners that we're building relationships with. Many we do have ongoing and are used to working with the vaccine programs. Others are new providers. We have interest coming from everything from veterinarians to eye doctors to any number of people that are not traditionally in the vaccine world but want to be a part of this. And we want to make that vaccine as available and spread out across the state as we possibly can, eliminating as many barriers as possible to Kansas citizens. And then the other piece is there's a lot of variety in the size of doses. So this one of the challenges with the ultra cold vaccine, beyond just being ultra cold, is that you have to look at it in lots of 950 doses, and because of the way it is packaged and stored. So it's not like we can just, hey, grab 10 doses out and get good. When we open up a vial, we're talking about 950 doses in a tray that we have to be able to use within that given time. So we have to work all those details out, and a lot of that is the micro planning that's going on right now. This is a diagram of that frozen vaccine and just kind of how the process works to show you a little bit of how complex it is. It starts with, it goes from the manufacturing side, it'll be sent out to the administration sites. And then there's a variety of different ways we can do that. So if it's just held in the ultra cold storage, it can last there for 6 months. That's not going to be a practical use for us. We're looking to get all the vaccine out in 10 days from the time of receipt, as long as we have these limited doses so that we can continue to receive additional vaccine and bring it in. So there's different ways we can handle that. Some of that is continuing to re-ice it, and what I was speaking to earlier is a solution that's been provided to us from the manufacturer or from the federal government, which they're calling a pizza box. It is a ultra cold storage box that is basically a shipping box that contains an ability to use ultra cold storage, which is done through dry ice, and those can be reused, repackaged, re-iced every 5 days in order to maintain that up to 20 days. Then there's an ability to be able to move to the defrost process, reconstitute the vaccine, and be able to get it out. But that limits us then to 5 days of administration. And once it's actually drawn up into the needle, it needs to be administered within a 6-hour window. So you can see from the complexity of that, there's a lot of different factors in play, but we are confident in our ability to continue to work with all of our partners across the state. And with the experience that we've had in being able to move flu vaccine quickly and things of that nature, that we can safely do this and get our vaccine out to everybody in all parts of the state as quickly as possible. And then finally, I want to speak to about the vaccine safety monitoring. We know that safety is a concern of vaccines for everyone. One of the big messages we need to have everyone understand is this is not a vaccine that was just dreamed up in January. This is being built on a vaccine that's about 18 years old. Coronavirus vaccines have been in development for some time. A large part of the platform for this vaccine is one that was developed for SARS. And then SARS went away without the need of a lot of vaccine, and so it was kind of abandoned there. But it's basically that same platform. When you hear Operation Warp Speed, the process that has really been warp speed is about the production of the vaccine, because generally there is not a lot of production of vaccine while it's in development, because that's obviously taking a big risk for the manufacturer. But in the process of developing the COVID-19 vaccine, they have gone ahead and begun producing vaccine. That is why at the time that the vaccine is approved by FDA, they will be able to immediately begin shipping it out to us, because they already have a certain amount on hand that they can, and then they'll continue to ramp up from there. So that's probably the biggest concern of safety that people need to understand, is that issue has been addressed already. But there will be ongoing monitoring with this vaccine as well as all vaccines. The VAERS program, which is the Vaccine Adverse Event Reporting System, is something that has been around for quite some time, and is actually something we use all the time for monitoring vaccines. It's a self-reporting system as well as a provider reporting system. So any citizen who feels that they've had any kind of adverse event is encouraged to report that to VAERS. Providers report that to VAERS. There's additional investigation at that point to look at underlying conditions and what were the actual effects of the vaccine on the individual. So there's quite a bit that goes into each one of those reports. So that information will continue to be out there and will continue to be gathered. There's going to be some very active monitoring of vaccine side effects. There's what we call post-marketing vaccine research that goes on, again, with any vaccine. It's not new to this. Anytime a new vaccine is introduced, we want to do post-marketing research that essentially is monitoring for vaccine side effects and effectiveness, so that we can assure that what we see in the real world is comparable to what we saw in the research world prior to that. And that has in the past affected vaccines being pulled off the market or being pulled off for a period of time and then reevaluated it and re-engineered before being introduced back to the market. So all of those things will continue to be in play as we go through there. And with that, I will stand for any questions that I can offer to you.
Thank you, Phil. Are there questions for Phil? Or more?
In your list of how you're going to distribute it, and actually this was from a constituent, maybe it rolls up under one of these categories, but home health nurses, physical therapists who are at risk because they go out to people's homes to deal with them, either convalescing from the disease or convalescing from something else. Are they included in this someplace?
We don't have them specifically identified at this point. They're generally amongst the general healthcare worker population, which is in that latter part of 1A and 1B kind of overlap period, where we're looking at all healthcare workers in general.
Okay, so that's under 1A and 1B. Thank you very much.
Sure.
Representative Carpenter.
Madam Chair, Phil, thanks for being here. Do you have any numbers on the phase 1 people that you're talking about vaccinating in these categories right here on page 6? Any idea how many that people we're talking about there?
Let me get to that page. So in that initial phase, those are around 35 to 40,000 that we have in that high risk group of healthcare workers directly working with COVID patients.
And all these categories here, first responders, fire, EMS, how many are in that whole category of phase 1A?
We're somewhere in the neighborhood of around 200,000.
Okay, thank you. Thank you very much.
Yes, Representative Waymaster.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Phil. Back on that page 6, in regards to phase 2, which it says estimated spring, is ks.gov going to determine the essential worker? I know you kind of went through who might qualify as far as what an essential worker may be, but is that going to be determined by ks.gov?
Ultimately, we are the ones that have to put the word down on the allocations form. Obviously, we're working with a variety of groups. That advisory group is going to have a lot to say about that. Certainly, we will look to the governor's office, to others that and look at what is being defined as essential worker. The problem, there's the general definition of essential worker, and as we've seen throughout the response to the pandemic, there's a lot of people that fall into that essential worker category. The challenging question then becomes, which order of essential workers is it that we would actually be working to define as the first to go?
Thank you, Phil. Madam Chair.
All right, thank you. Good information, appreciate it. We're running up to a lunch break, and I think we can do some catch up this afternoon. I was curious if somebody from KBHE could come back this afternoon and somewhere around our update on the COVID-19 funding for schools, either before or after that, and I'll have Amy get a hold of somebody from KBHE. This has to do with the distributions and the protocols for the saliva testing. So but it will not be up first when we get back. So those of you that are watching us via Zoom, when we come back, we'll come back at, it's 1:45, okay? Everybody's okay at 1:45? Okay. We'll come back at 1:45 and we're gonna have a presentation on the unemployment claim fraud. And if you're watching, you'll see us at the beginning, but then we will be going into an executive session at that point, and so it'll probably be so noted on your Zoom. So we will, after we come back, we'll probably be in executive session for 30 to 45 minutes. And then after that, we'll be back at probably 2:30 and begin our discussion on the COVID-19 funding for schools, or either the KDHE testing, and that'll be determined by our researcher, Amy Decker. So with that, we're going to take a lunch break, and I'll see y'all back here at 1:45. Thank
Good to see you the other night, too. I still, well, I've been reading, I know more about this stuff than everyone. But, I still have I don't know if we're genetically disposed now that you know, if we're talking China has 4,000 cases, and their economy is really weird. I don't know if
to read this motion. And that the Kansas Department of Labor, I move that the open meeting of the Legislative Budget Committee be recessed for a closed executive meeting pursuant to KSA 75-43-19A to discuss matters to the security measures in place for public agencies under the justification listed in KSA 75-43-19B12C. Because discussion of such matters in an open meeting would jeopardize the security measures in place for such public agency, that the Legislative Budget Committee resume the open meeting in room 548 South of the State House at 2:20 p.m. And that this motion, if adopted, be recorded in the minutes of the Legislative Budget Committee and be maintained as part of the permanent records of the Legislative Budget Committee. The following designated essential personnel will be present in addition to the committee members. Ryan Wright, Acting Secretary, Kansas Department of Labor. Peter Brady, Deputy Secretary, Kansas Department of Labor. Brett Flashbarth, Deputy Secretary, Kansas Department of Labor. Vince Finney, Information Security Office, Kansas Department of Labor. Jeff Maxim, Chief Information Security Office, Kansas Information Security Office. I need a second. Second by Senator Dillinger. Any discussion? Staff, have we done everything we need and we have the proper people in here? Okay. We are now in executive session. All those in favor? Thank you. Yes, we probably need to close the doors.
Can you hear me?
This is Mark.
Hi, Mark.
Hey, you waiting on me?
No, no, we just got kicked out of executive session.
All right.
Can you all hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you. Can you hear us?
Yes.
Okay, hang on, Ryan, we're trying to get out of executive session, but.
Oh, sorry.
So we're going to be, any comments you make is going to be out of executive session. We're having a hard time getting back on harmony. Oh, thanks for giving us a little wiggle room here. Because science is so the virus is so perfect. It's like, okay, we're done.
No, yesterday was my last day.
Did you ever get sick? Did you ever get sick?
In fact, the second call with Katie and she telling me that I was okay.
Okay.
I was relieved.
Thanks, Troy. So the first couple hours we were exposed. We're not going to go back. All right. We are out of executive session and we are not going to go back into executive session, but we are going to continue our conversation with the Department of Labor. And I recall you have a trust fund to give us a report on, Ryan. Are we all ready to continue? Yeah, okay, go ahead and continue, Ryan.
Okay, and Representative Hoffman, so as I was saying, we prioritize the oldest backlog claims. And so for regular unemployment, the backlog should only be in the 6 to 8 week range. For the PUA program, however, that is that longer range of backlog, and that may be what you're referring to. What we've done is we have emailed and are in the process of emailing out. We're capped on how many emails we can send a night. But we're working through that list now. And that, as I understand it, is going out to that full list. So if somebody is in the PUA program and in that backlog, even if they're far back, they should be getting a list of exactly what they are missing from us or what we're missing from them, so that they can get that. And then as soon as they get that information to us, we're able to turn that around. I don't have the exact time. I can follow back up with you, but we're able to adjudicate those PUA claims fairly quickly once we get them. I know we've already started paying out and those notices went out, just like I said, right before Thanksgiving. So I hope that helps answer your question.
Yeah, it does. And I just want to thank you and also Julie. She's been very, very receptive to whenever we've contacted her. And so thank you.
Well, I appreciate it. I know it's incredibly frustrating, and I appreciate you all, forwarding those to us, and we're trying desperately to be as responsive as possible to folks because we know they're hurting, and we're trying.
The only thing that might help us a bit is if there was a way that you could also kind of let us know that they've been contacted, because what I'm hearing from them now, a lot of them did get contacted after Julie worked with them. They got contacted, but now they haven't got contacted for a while. So they're just, wondering. And so if maybe I don't know. I know that's a lot to try to figure out, but maybe if there's a way that you could let us know that yes, those people that we were contacting you for have been contacted a second time and their process is going forward.
Yes, sir. Let me get back with our team on this end and see what we can do. Because you all need to have that information.
Again from us. That would probably help you get less duplicate emails from us telling them, from the same people.
I was trying to tell you it's a good thing because you get less emails from us.
Yes.
I love hearing from you all, usually.
Thank you,
Ryan, you made a comment that I want to make sure I understood. You said something about you're only allowed to send out so many emails a day or a night. That sounds like a server issue that could be resolved. Is that in-house? What's the problem there?
So, Senator, I think I'm telling you this right. I will confirm this offline and circle back with you. I think it's about our ability to handle the incoming. So one person, they can claim up to, I think it's almost 40 weeks worth of PUA. So one person may have to send in 40 different pieces of information just to adjudicate one claim. And so I think we've been trying to work through that quickly, but throttling that out is my understanding. So I want to be clear. I don't know if we're limited on the technology side or if it's more of a workload.
Yeah, I didn't know if it's a human problem or a technology problem.
Frankly, it could be both. So I'll find out and we'll circle back with you.
Okay, thank you. All right, I think we're ready to move on.
For the rest of this presentation or from labor?
Well, the rest of the presentation.
Okay.
Did you have some other?
I just wanted to let everybody know, because I know this was of interest. So we are statutorily required to provide a solvency report to the governor on December 1st, and we have done that or in the process of doing that. What I can tell everybody on this call is that we are certifying that the fund is solvent through the state fiscal year, so at least August 1st. It could be longer. Of course, unfortunately, COVID gets a vote in this, so it could be shorter, but we've extended. Initially, we were concerned that the fund was going to run out of money toward the first of the year. However, because the economy is rebounding, because people are transitioning from state programs to federal programs, and because of some other provisions in the CARES Act that the federal government has picked up the tab on that would normally come out of the state trust fund, our balance has remained healthier. So there have been 35 states that have either started borrowing from the federal government, have been pre-authorized, or have put CARES money into their trust fund. Out of the remaining 18 and territories that haven't had to do that, we are one of 6 states that still have a balance in their account of over 50%. So it is good news in that we started this pandemic out with a healthy trust fund, and it has worked as it was intended to. And hopefully it will continue to stay positive in the black. And so we won't end up having to borrow money. But of course, the big caveat is COVID. So.
Thank you for some good news there, Ryan. Any other questions for Ryan? You have anything else for us, Ryan?
No, ma'am. I think that's it from us.
All right. Well, thank you for the information. That's very helpful.
Thank you, legislators, and thank you for the technology. And I know it's a pain, but I appreciate it from my safety standpoint. So thank you all.
You guys hang in there. All right, thank you. Are they going to come in on Zoom? Everyone's on Zoom. Okay, now I got to rearrange my notes. So okay, so we are going back to KDHE to talk just a little bit about testing before we move on. And also, if we are running late, senators and representatives, and I think this was Senator Hawk's request, is if we had to put the presentation on elected officials' pay to the next meeting on the 15th, are you okay? Okay, because we're also going to bring in legislative host audit because of the weights and measures audit. So that way we could just take care of both of those next time. All right, thank you. That'll help us catch up a little bit. I have a question for KDHE, and I don't know who's on the Zoom. Could you please identify yourself, or are there several?
Hi, Senator McGinn. This is Ashley Goss, Deputy Secretary, KDHE for Public Health, and I have a couple others on with me as well, in addition to some of our consultants from BCG, if they want to introduce themselves too for you.
Thank you. I kind of wanted to get back to well, it started with when Secretary Lorenz was here about the amount of money that was going out, and they said they needed to download those numbers for testing. And so I want to make sure that the testing is getting out. I understand that, or I understood that when I had a Zoom meeting a while back with some representatives KDHE, that people who wanted the saliva test, they could not get it until after somebody spit in the tube, it was processed and the paperwork was in, they couldn't get reimbursed. So one concern I have is how are we going to get tests out to where they need to be? This is the first question, in a timely manner, because otherwise we're gonna end up having money for testing after January 1. So if you want to start there, I appreciate that.
Okay, Senator McGinn, I'm actually going to have our Deputy Director for our labs for K-Health address that question. Paul Harrison, are you on?
Hey, thank you, Ashley. Hello, Senator. Yeah, so to address that question, I mean, the normal course of business for any laboratory is that, you know, they do the work and they get paid on the back end. I do understand that there's some labs that have incurred a lot of cost up front, and we are trying to get on how we help them out. I know we were able to get some money to WSU up front to cover some of their costs, and they were appreciative of that. Going forward, I know that Secretary D'Angelo Burns-Wallace has some reservations about doing advanced payments, and we've been in contact with her to try and figure out how we can do that and what she needs from her end to make that happen. But we are working on resolutions to address the issues that you're bringing up.
Okay, thank you. So is there do we have some kind of a protocol for who can give the test? Because I was trying to find this. I didn't realize you guys were coming back right away, so I'm trying to get my notes caught up again. But that people could distribute the test, and I think you could go to a website. And it's my understanding, I know at least one individual is allowing tests at their home. And I actually went onto the site and started filling it out, and I kept making progress, so I could do that as well. Is that correct? And part of the reason I'm asking this question is, so does that mean places that are 100 miles or more away from WSU, that some of those communities, rural communities, could start their own little test receivership and hire their own courier or Uber or whatever and get it to the lab?
So for the self-collected saliva test, there's a couple people that offer that one. And if they have a way to get it to the lab, then all they really have to do is work out with the lab to be onboarded as a client, and then order that test through them. Most of the labs, including WSU now, they have costs included in the price of the test that will include the shipping part of it. So they'll get the supplies to the facility. Facility will do the collections, and then it'll come with return label to come back via UPS or FedEx, or if they have a courier service, they'd use the courier service.
My glasses. So are we going to be using money to pay pharmacists to take that collection?
So I might throw it back over to Ashley Goss to answer that one, because she's been working closer with the pharmacists in FQP.
Right, Senator McGinn, I can answer that for you. We have been in conversation with pharmacies on what they have the ability to do in order to assist with testing. We have not finished those conversations with them yet. We are talking about establishing a payment model of sorts for those that are collecting, but it's not strictly limited to pharmacies, because we need to be fair and equitable across those that are collecting, but that has not been set yet for sure. We're still talking with them and developing the plan.
It doesn't seem like, at least based on the number I heard, that it seems like some pretty, I don't know, lucrative money that we could be using for testing, because on saliva testing, you just really have to have somebody watch you spit and make sure that saliva is the person that we're sending in. So, anyway, I just want to know about that. Now, the other thing is, and kind of my final thing, I don't know if my colleagues have some questions here, but when we did Spark, I believe it was last July or so, maybe August, and the effort to move testing forward was for the business community. And I'm not seeing, and I was trying to find, I think there's a one-pager on the process of the testing strategies. And again, I have that pulled up and ready to go. I only found one page. If there's more than that, I'd certainly like to know about that. But it sounds like we're still just focused on the congregate living areas, and maybe schools and people that come into the health department, rather than trying to, I've never have seen a process that says we're going to test ABC company once every 2 weeks or whatever the whole protocol is, and XYZ company every 2 weeks, and we're going to stagger that. And what we're going to do is capture the asymptomatic people as well as the symptomatic people. Is there a document that explains this somewhere?
So actually, Marcy Nielsen wanted to be on this call because she was going to talk about that, and she had a conflict. So she did say if this came up, she's more than happy to circle back with you and the committee. But long story short, there is a FAQ that was developed, and also in the additional research that she and BCG have done, other states are not offering this type of testing scenario. Rather, they're offering test everyone type scenarios. So that was essentially what we've put in place with Well Health and with NIC USA, and having the labs cover territories in Kansas, or I should say regions in Kansas. And it's not limited to who can get tested. All of you could log on, find a place to test, and go test. And so essentially, at the end of the day, if an employer wanted to send their employees to a specific site to be tested, they certainly can. And that would be on the state's dime, but also there's nothing preventing them from contracting directly with one of the labs that we have associated in Kansas that can perform tests. Paul, do you have anything to add to that?
We have put a document online that companies are supposed to fill out and send in to a shared email address, just so we have visibility into what businesses are testing, and also what kind of testing they're doing, whether it's diagnostic or screening. I can send you the link to that if you don't have it, but it's pretty simple and straightforward. Yep.
Okay, I guess my problem is, so we have a Dallas company, I think, doing the testing, is that correct?
I'm sorry, I couldn't quite hear the question. Could you repeat that?
Do we have a Dallas company that we contracted with to do some of the testing? Maybe
Yeah,
for
so-
the area?
Yeah, Well Health is based out of Texas. I believe they're in Dallas, correct?
So I'm just trying to understand and help me on this. Why are we using a Dallas company when we have like three, at least I know three companies that can do this testing? I'll just say the Johnson County area.
Yeah, no, that's a great question. So as we were ramping up these labs and trying to get the testing performed, it wasn't really a problem of having lab capacity, because we have tons of capacity now in the state with these contracted labs, you know, even tens of thousands of samples, no problem. The issue was a collections bottleneck. So there weren't enough sites in Kansas to collect enough samples to actually use up that capacity. So what that company does, what Well Health does, and what NIC USA does, NIC USA is a Kansas-based company. They're being utilized in the northwest part of the state. They both set up centers for actually collecting the samples. So they set up sites that can collect anywhere from 250 to 500 to 1,000 samples in a day. And the idea is to drive people to these testing centers because they can handle high volumes, and then they can get those samples to the laboratory. So Well Health has been working with the regional labs to integrate them into their system. So once that happens, basically they collect the specimen and then send it off to that regional lab to do the testing. So when it all gets panned out, we're still going to be using those Kansas labs to do the actual lab work, but we needed somebody else to come in to drive up that collection number. Otherwise, we just couldn't get enough tests into the laboratories. It was
I'm not. So do we have, so does the Dallas company or the Next USA or Well Health, where are each of these regional places? Where is it? Is it the community center in Beloit, or, I mean, where are they all over the state?
So right now, Well Health is in, they started off in Southwest Kansas. They're in Garden City, Liberal, and Dodge. NIC USA is in Great Bend and in Hayes. And they also have 3 mobile units in the Northwest that are tentatively stationed in Colby, Norton, and Scott City. We have 5 more confirmed sites from Well Health that'll be starting on Friday. And then we have an additional 13, I believe, that are scheduled to go live next week. So we're rolling them out as fast as we can, but those are where they are for now.
Okay, so I'm a business in Hayes, Kansas, and I don't know who would be there. And we kind of start to have an outbreak. Would I tell, I'm just trying to walk through this. So would I tell one of my employees or my employees that have symptoms, would I tell them to go to one of these places?
Yeah.
So where is it in that document on the testing strategies and criteria at the testing of the asymptomatic people as well? I mean, so we're just not getting into the business community and testing some of those people, is that correct? We're not trying. Is that part of the testing strategy protocol?
Well, so the collection sites that are being stood up are not designed really to, if they're setting up a site that's kind of a fixed location, they're not designed to go into different facilities and collect. We have reached out to Well Health, and they do have kind of smaller mobile units they can utilize to go into certain areas, maybe one facility, and perform a collection on any given day. But that wasn't necessarily their goal. Their goal was to stand up independent collection sites so that we had places to refer people to. If any of those businesses wanted, testing specifically, they can reach out to any one of those regional labs and say, hey, this is what I want to do. They fill out that form that's online and send it to us so that we're aware. And then that lab and facility would talk to each other to ensure the testing got done.
So unless a business is proactive, we're only going to test sick people. Unless that business is proactive and says, 25% of my workforce, you guys are gonna go take a test on Monday. Another 25 is gonna take a test on Thursday. We're just not gonna do that. Is that right?
Well, I wouldn't necessarily say that the business has to be proactive only. I know several of the labs have asked if they can reach out to businesses they know in the area, and we've told them, yes, 100%. If you know people that need it, then reach out to them. So it can go both ways.
Well, I would like to see the document, because the only one I found on the testing protocols is like 1 page long. So if you could send that to us or send it to research and they can send it.
Yep, I certainly will.
Senator Billinger.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. Thank you for being here today. My question was on testing kits. It's my understanding that some of the hospitals in Kansas don't have testing kits where they can test their staff. Yeah, I hear we're testing football teams 2-3 times a week. Why are we not making a priority of these test kits to the hospitals?
I'm not sure. I mean, there's lots of different kinds of testing kits out there. I'm not sure, for each hospital you may be thinking of which one they need. But when we get requests in at the lab through the emergency managers to fulfill requests, I can't remember the last thing that actually got denied. We fulfill the requests that come through. So if there's a particular facility that you know of that is short and they need something, they can reach out to us. I will say that not all kits are created equal. So if they're going to use the kits and send to another lab, they need to make sure it's a kit that's compatible with whatever platform that laboratory is running.
I believe the rapid test kits so they can keep staff safe and make sure that someone's sick, they're not coming back to work, and making sure that they're not quarantining folks that didn't need to be quarantined. But if you wouldn't mind reaching out to me, send me an email or something, I'd appreciate it. We can discuss it. I'll give you more detail. Thank you.
All right, other questions? All right, I gotta get a mask with glasses. Hey, thank you guys for coming back, and we appreciate it. And just send that information on to research or whichever senator or representative had any individual requests. So thank you.
Thank you, Senator.
Did you have a question?
No, I'm done.
Okay, so we'll just send it to Amy Deckard, and she'll make sure we get all that information. Thank you. Now we're ready to move on to. All right, at this time, we will turn our attention to the presentation on the Kansas Criminal Justice Reform Commission activities. Mark Bennett, Chairperson of the Kansas Criminal Justice Reform Commission. Welcome, Mark. Thanks for being here. Thanks for waiting. Can you hear us, Mark?
There you go. Can you hear me? Okay. So I'm not sure everybody can see me and hear me okay. You got my written testimony. I was just looking at it a moment ago at the final draft of our report. I think we're up to somewhere in the neighborhood of about 50 recommendations. I've given this presentation to Senator Welburn's joint committee and to another group of prosecutors already, and it takes about an hour to go through everything. So I'm going to save you that, save you 60 minutes worth. What I'll try to do is run through these, be available for questions, but also try to identify anything that has a specific, in my mind, budgetary impact that, given the emphasis that your committee is looking at here, and try to direct your attention to those specific things, because we've also got a lot of things that are hopefully fairly cost neutral and aren't going to require a great deal of expenditure. So we'll get started here. As you know, the Reform Commission has been in place now for not quite 18 months. And we were given a charge to identify any number of topics for potential improvement of the criminal justice system in Kansas. What we did to try to speed things along and make the best use of our time, rather than just getting together once a month and talking. We broke it down into subcommittees, and each subcommittee had the ability to have individual working groups within each subcommittee. And so this is, again, I'll kind of go through this in a highly summarized fashion, but bringing your attention to specific things that have a budgetary impact for the state. Number one, data subcommittee. One of the things we were asked to look at is there a way that we can be more efficient in the state in terms of interacting, the way that data interacts between agencies. So for instance, a good example, about a year ago, we had a situation in Wichita where law enforcement showed up at a house. When law enforcement arrives at a scene, they're going to call their dispatcher and say, what was the last time somebody was out here? Let's talk about their law enforcement contact at this house or this location, any known any known warrants for anybody living here, et cetera. And they were told nobody's been out here in a year and a half. What they didn't know was the week before, DCF had been out 3 or 4 times to check welfare on some children. And so the notion that these two agencies, law enforcement and DCF, didn't talk to one another and digitally was problematic. And so we've tried to get our arms around that. It's very difficult with over 400 law enforcement agencies in the state and DCF and hospitals and different things that may or may not be able to talk to one another. But ultimately what we need there is probably a post-audit, some sort of a investigation into what records management systems each of the various organizations have the capacity, what they have and what the capacity is then for each of these to talk to one another. Then we also have within that, the second subcommittee is the diversion, specialty court, specialty prisons supervision subcommittee. Quite a lot to talk about there, but there's one of the first ones is, and frankly, this is one of the bills that I think every subcommittee who addressed it recommends, and that is last year, 2020's House Bill 2708, I believe it was, allowed or proposed to allow legislation that would allow drug treatment money. Most of us refer to as Senate Bill 123 money that dates back to the Senate bill from, I think, 2000 or 2001, that allows state funds to help pay for drug treatment for individuals who've been convicted of certain drug felonies, which is great. And it's, helped a lot of folks. But the notion that was introduced, it actually started off in a piece of legislation that I introduced in 2019, didn't get out of the House, but was reintroduced last year and was passed the House 125-0, and I think was on its way to success in the Senate when everything shut down. Would allow Senate bill money to be used on diversions. So the idea is you shouldn't have to be convicted of the felony before you can get access to the treatment, because once you're convicted of the felony, there's all sorts of collateral consequences, housing, employment, et cetera, that might make it more difficult for you to be successful. So setting aside some of this money, I don't know that it requires an increase in the amount of funding that's going to go to get set aside for Senate bill money, but it could over time. And I think it's something that if I'm sitting on a budget committee, I'd want to know about this. So that's one of the first things that you'll see it scattered throughout the report. For, like I said, every subcommittee who talked about it endorsed that plan. Especially courts, especially prisons working group last year. I know it was part of the budget that KDOC put forward, and we're asking that it again be budgeted for, and that is setting aside beds for treatment. I think there were 250 male beds for males in the Department of Corrections for treatment. There's also a request for 200 to 250 beds for geriatric cognitive care treatment with the aging population in the prison. I mean, guys who are doing 20, 30, and 40, 50 years to life. You're going to get older, and the cost associated with their incarceration goes way up. So geriatric beds. And then the recommendations from the Mental Health Task Force from 2018 and 2019, the reports that went to the legislature talking about expanding access to hospitals and mental health treatment. Again, there'll be a cost associated with those things. I'll say, while I've got your attention here, there was an article that, and I don't think there's anything unique about this, but just put it in focus. There's an article out of Utah about a month ago from the Salt Lake newspaper that addressed some of the repercussions of criminal justice reform that Utah undertook, I think in about 4 or 5 years ago. And the point, I think, of the article was that when penalties are lessened, when more access is given to probation, when more opportunities are given for probation, et cetera, then there needs to be a consequent uptick in the availability of treatment. Because if we're going to say, I mean, the choices are lock people up. It's fairly effective in terms of keeping them from committing crimes. It may have devastating impact on the community and their families and other things, but they're not out committing new crimes. But the alternative then is, if we're going to keep them in the community, which has a lot of benefit for people, we still have to make the effort then to make treatment and alternatives, the things that they need to be successful, make them available. And if we don't, and what the Utah example gave was that when the legislature there was not able to find the funds to when they lowered prison bed space and they lowered consequences for drug crimes, for instance, there was an uptick in crime because they did not also put the requisite money into treatment and treatment beds and the availability of treatment. And so that's, I'm bringing that up simply to say there are things littered throughout this report, recommendations, the ability to get off of treatment or get off of probation early if one is successful, the ability to ask for 50% good time credit. I can tell you for sure the prosecutors and the sheriffs and those folks are probably not going to be very supportive of that, but they might be more so if there's at least a promise that there's some treatment beds available. But if we're just going to cut sentences on the hope that people are going to go out and of their own volition do better, I think that's where the concern lies. Jumping ahead to, there's a few things here, and I've taken the time in the report and asked the folks who put in the report together for us to make sure we put particular language in. This is one example. There's a request at interagency re-engagement unit when the parole and probation folks see a guy is showing signs of he's about to kind of give up on himself, quits showing up to CSPO, quits his job, the place he was living, kicks him out, etc. Doesn't take a genius to figure out he's on his way to be unsuccessful. And rather than just wait for the inevitable, there was a recommendation that we put together a re-engagement unit, people to go out, POs to go out and try to re-engage the guy and, get him back on track. That comes with a consequence, a cost, I'm sure. But that would be another one. There's also a big push, obviously, to make availability of local community mental health services. We've called it in the report a legislative priority. We're asking it to be a legislative priority. What that means, obviously, is to the extent that funds can be set aside to bolster or boost the access to mental health in all parts of the state, we think that would be a benefit. There's too many folks that well, let's put it this way. One of the ways that we've come to look at this in the Reform Commission, it's a term of art I guess I've not heard it put quite this way. It doesn't say anything all that earth-shattering, but it's just put in a very succinct way, and that is we need stabilizing factors for people to be successful, and primarily they come down to three things. Work, so either you're employed or you're getting an education or some sort of job training to put you in a position to be employed. Have to have housing, have to have a place to stay, lay your head at night. If you don't have housing, boy, you're really behind the eight ball. And then the final thing is access to treatment, whether that's drug treatment, mental health treatments, whatever it is that's causing the issues in your life. If you have those three things, then you've got a much higher likelihood of success on probation, parole, etc. If you don't have one of those three things, take away housing, take away employment, take away your access to drug treatment or mental health treatment, the likelihood of success goes exponentially down. So woven through all of this is the notion that these are the things we're trying to ultimately accomplish. There's a effort afoot in certain locations. One is Topeka. We've also got it going in Sedgwick County, this idea of what they're calling co-responder programs. And so when the cops get a call that there's somebody with a mental health crisis, instead of just sending two guys with guns on their hips and a badge on their chest, they'll still go out, but they go out with not just a CIT or trained cop, but they'll go out with a social worker. They'll go out with somebody, with a clinician who's got more training. And the early returns on this investment seem to be that the incidents of violence go down, the incidents where the person is, a lot of these folks, especially ones who are in the middle of a mental health crisis, believe that the cops are after them anyway, and it just goes south quickly. And so having these sort of programs has been very beneficial. The downside is there's a cost associated with it, of course. And so ideally, we'd love to have this available in every corner of the state, and I think it would be a great investment. I also recognize that, until you guys can figure out how to grow money on trees, that's probably not in the cards. That being said, the idea of a couple of pilot programs, and specifically one in a urban area, but also in rural areas, because the issues there are different. They may not need them nearly as often, but when they do, they do. And the other thing is getting clinicians out to the rural areas of the state. How many folks do you have to have on staff to meet, to respond? I mean, is it sort of like a volunteer fire department where, if the phone call, I drop what I'm doing and run out and do it, or am I just on call working an 8-hour shift? So I think we need some more studying, but that is a real wave of the future. And it's something that reform-minded folks, us folks who want to see law enforcement be reformed, that is one of the main things that I've heard requested, that they'd like to see. It's not so much of a law enforcement response to family incidents and mental health instances. And so that's something I think we're going to have to give strong consideration to. There's also a long wait right now. So in Sedgwick County, we've got people who are charged with crimes, and their attorneys go speak to them, and the attorney has a difficult time talking to them. They can't get them to engage. And so the question is, are they just being obstinate, or are they incompetent, meaning they're unable to assist in their own defense because of something, some sort of mental incapacity? And so they ask for a competency evaluation. And by statute, that typically takes place initially by the local agency. So in Sedgwick County, it's ComCare. If in the middle part of the state, maybe Pawnee Mental Health, or whatever your local agency is. But if the locals say, yeah, there still is a problem here, then typically the person goes to either Osawatomie or Larned. And then that's where the wait comes. And sometimes we can have people waiting for months at a time for a bed to open up at Larned. And so I thought a novel but a worthwhile proposal that came out of this was the idea of mobile evaluation, and meaning we'd be able to send somebody, whether that's outfit them with a truck or just give them access to the jail where they could do this, but being able to send a clinician from Larned or somebody at the state level to the local jails to do this, and try to limit the number of days people wait on that evaluation. Every day they sit in jails at $80-90 a day at the cost of the jail. So that was something. And there may be some cost associated with that. There was something else here that we recommended, and I think that various subcommittees are going to have to get together and decide, or various committees rather are going to have to decide how they utilize this. But there has been some, I think it'll help over time for us, for the policymakers at the legislature, to have a sense of cost benefit analysis on some of these things. For instance, in Sedgwick County, we did a high utilizer study. I say we did. Well, all I did was, sort of say, yes, please make it go. But Wichita State conducted the study, the Center for Public Policy over the Hugo School of Public Policy. And they evaluated folks who had gone into ComCare, into what's called SAC, the Substance Abuse Center of Kansas, and to Via Christi Ascension Health here, so St. Joe, St. Francis, and realized very quickly that a small number of folks, 517, I think was the number, who were considered high utilizers. They were in and out of these resources constantly. And that the cost associated with their use of these resources, ERs, ComCare, et cetera, was into the tens of millions. One individual, for instance, they determined over the span of 4 years, they'd spent somewhere in the neighborhood of $700,000 on him in 4 years. And they realized that when they got him a place to stay, but they hadn't seen him since. And, in the span of like a year since then, he's been fine. He just needed, again, with those three prongs: housing, employment, access to treatment. His was, the thing that was holding him up was housing. So he was constantly going into these other places and seeking assistance. And so the cost benefit, even to pay this guy's rent, we were still coming out hundreds of thousands of dollars ahead. And so doing these sort of cost benefit analysis for the legislative level for some of the ways we're spending money, there was a recommendation that some effort be put into that specifically. Mindful of the time here, I wanted to give a few minutes for questions at the end. A few other things I'll point out that I think are very much worth your time. The Board of Indigent Defense Services, we typically refer to them as BIDS. Heather Cessna is the new executive director over there. For years, it was Pat Scalia. And to her credit, Ms. Cessna has put together a plenary review of the current state of affairs for the public defender system in the state of Kansas. And she's made the case, I think, very convincingly that they are underfunded and underutilized. I should, maybe the wrong way to put it, but they don't have a presence in as much of the state as they should. And our Reform Commission believes that needs to be rectified. There is a very specific and a very high price tag that will come with that. It's not something that you're going to want to bite off all at once. Again, to her credit, she recognizes this. I've had conversations with her. So she's asked for a phased in rollout of this over the course of 3 or 4 years, but that would certainly deserve your attention, I believe, to look at her report. And because, the system, the criminal justice system, for good or ill, whatever it is we're doing, it only works if we have prosecutors, cops on the street, prosecutors, defense attorneys, judges, parole officers. You take away any one of those and something's going to fall down. And if we don't have enough public defenders, this is not a good thing for the state. So, and if we're losing them because they're underpaid, and if we don't have them in certain parts of the state, Wyandotte County doesn't have a public defender system. They just pay private lawyers to do it. And there's a policy question behind that, but something I would ask you to pay particular attention to. Employment opportunities within KDOC. There's one other thing I think I'll wrap this up with is this, and that is dating back probably long before this, but it was brought into sharp focus after the Ferguson, Missouri situation where Michael Brown was shot. Afterwards, the Obama Justice Department did a post audit of the Ferguson situation, and not only that shooting, but also the Ferguson Police Department's relationship to that community. One of the things they realized was that the number of traffic tickets that had been issued in that community just was, it was overutilized. Let's put it that way. That's a very kind way to put it. And so the notion of traffic infractions and how they're utilized and the impact they can have on someone's life has, again, come into sharper focus over the last few years. And so one of the things that was brought up over the last, it was really since we started talking about this in the Reform Commission, was how we could lessen the burden on people to try to get their licenses back. In Kansas, we don't have mass transit available to people. If you don't have a car, you're not getting to work in most places. And if you get a ticket, don't pay it or can't pay it, or if you can't pay your child support or something, our kind of go-to is to revoke your driver's license, which, there's a number of reasons why it's appropriate. And I would tell you that some of the judges especially have pointed out, if you don't have some sort of a carrot and stick here, then there's no incentive for people to pay what they're obliged to pay. I get that. And so we're careful about how we word this, but one of the things that has been suggested is that the reinstatement fees for the folks who really do want to take that extra effort and go get their license back, et cetera, should be modified, or at least considered to be modified. The downside is that comes with a price tag. Just reducing, say you get a speeding ticket, no proof of insurance, and running a stop sign ticket all at once, and you get your license revoked, there's a reinstatement fee for each of those tickets, not just one for one event, but 3 separate reinstatement fees. And so the notion of let's just make it one reinstatement fee, not put, the very strident argument is let's not fund the criminal justice system on the backs of the poor who couldn't afford it. And that makes perfect sense with one caveat. While we shouldn't do that, at the same time, we'll have to come up with money elsewhere because that's about that could be a loss of somewhere in the neighborhood of, I understand, $600,000 to $700,000 a year to OJA and more, depending on how many modifications we make. So there is a budgetary impact to even something as simple as making it simpler for folks to get their licenses back. So again, there are some 50 recommendations. The report is being finalized today. It'll be available this evening or tomorrow, I'm sure, on the website. It runs, the summary is 10, 15, 20 pages. And then the report itself, I think, was 133 with everything. So it's a lengthy report that details what we've done. And there's a lot of detail there. But I wanted to, again, highlight some of the issues that I think may have a budgetary impact for you as you're thinking about how money is going to be spent in this next session. If I had to just restate one final time in my last 30 seconds here, the public defenders, especially prison, especially courts, the amount of money we need to spend on mental health and substance abuse availability, the treatment availability. I think those are the bigger ticket issues here. So I see it's 3:40. I've been going for 25 minutes or so. I wanted to leave 5 minutes before I wrap this up, if anybody has any questions.
Thank you, DA Bennett. I'll turn my microphone on. Thank you for the presentation. It's interesting, about 2000, we did a big reentry program in Sedgwick County when I was county commissioner. And all those things you cited about, you gotta have a job, mental health reform, gotta have housing, how do we get them back? And here we are 20 years later, and you're mentioning the same things again. So I'd say we haven't done a very good job in the last 20 years as far as trying to make those changes. Now, in looking at your recommendations, I was kind of curious about, and maybe you guys haven't gotten this far, but how are you going to prioritize some of these? Because you talked about the ability to have a car, and maybe I didn't turn the page. I didn't see it on the final recommendation. It's probably on another different committee meeting that you had. I think that's important, and that makes perfect sense, but you have a lot of recommendations here. How are you, as either a committee or as a DA or prosecutors or lawmakers, how are you going to prioritize that and bring those forward to the next session?
I think the next thing to happen is to meet with some of once all the committee chairs, everybody are identified, and I think that may have happened by now, get with some of those folks and start identifying. So for instance, in the proportionality subcommittee, on my written testimony here for you all, I think it starts at page 4, there's a laundry list of things that are bills that were started last year. I think we can, those will be priorities because several of them already were vetted pretty well last year and strongly supported. The cost associated with most of those is pretty de minimis. So we'll go with the easy stuff first. But I do think there is a conversation that needs to be had among the folks on the various committees who are going to hear these: judiciary, juvenile justice. There are things we can do, but if we do one, we really need to do the others. So for instance, if we're gonna say that defendants need to have the ability to come back in front of the judge and say, look, I've been very successful. I got a 36-month probation. It's 18 months into it. I've done everything I'm supposed to. Can I get off of my probation early? If we're going to pass that law and allow that to happen, because that's not in the cards right now. I mean, it can happen anecdotally, but there's no statutory trigger for it. Then I think we also need to commit to making sure that treatment is available for folks so that they can take advantage of such a situation. If we're not going to do the one, I think it becomes detrimental to do the other. And so I think that we put everything out on the table, but I think we're going to have to come together in conversations during the legislative session and talk about, I've got my own priorities, absolutely, and I'll be happy to tell every one of them. But I think we've got to be intentional about this so that if I come in and say, I want the public defender to be fully funded to the degree Ms. Cessna says, and I think we've got to have the geriatric care in the KDOC, and we've got to have the bed space for the treatment in the DOC. That may be all there is in the cards, budget wise, and so that affects the rest of the requests. And so I'm not going to just show up and stomp my foot, or anyone from the commission do it and say we need all of these things. I think there's a conversation to be had with the folks who are making these decisions to say, if you're going to, how much money do we have? Are we comfortable spending on some of these things so we can start to prioritize within that? We can't do all these things in one session. I recognize that. This is probably a 3 to 4 year rollout. One of the final things we've asked for, just parenthetically, was that I think this commission, we're set to finish this year. Our final act was to issue this report today. It can't, to be candid, I don't think there's any way I can look you all on the face and suggest that we're done. I think what we're asking for is another year to continue this, reorganize and reprioritize going into the 2022 session.
That was going to be my next question, is if you were meeting again, so you're
anything else?
Another year. So I don't know if you're still on. You were dragging.
Yeah.
Oh, you're there. Okay. We're going to have some other committee members.
Yep, I'm here.
Representative Carpenter.
Mark, we've had a conversation before about this issue, and the only thing I'll say, and I'm going to take this home and look it over, is 50 some, that's a pretty big amount. Is there, you have priorities. You really should narrow that down to something that we can sink our teeth into. 50 some items is a pretty steep lift in 1 year.
Yeah, so we can certainly do that, and I'll talk to some of the committee heads and subcommittee heads of the obvious, the proportionality sentencing subcommittee on page 4. Most of that's a regurgitation of last year's recommendations, but there are others we can certainly help you prioritize.
Okay. All right, I was just trying to make it clear, we would be the ones that would give you guys permission to study again. So, any other questions? Yes, Kathy Woodmore. Representative Woodmore.
Thank you, Mary. Thank you so much for your presentation. Mike, you mentioned which I thought was an excellent idea, of having the social worker write recommendations, go out with the police officers, or even if they're already CIT trained, that would augment that service, which I agree. My question is, I know we in Wyandotte County train every officer, sheriff, police, anyone. Are they using CIT training throughout the state? You know? Or is it just in selected police, law enforcement tied to?
Yeah, hang on one second. I got a little cue here that if I turn off my video, I may be less choppy here. So let me try this. I'm not leaving. Hopefully you'll still hear my voice, but maybe this will make me come through a little better. Can you still hear me okay?
Mm-hmm. Yes.
Yes.
Okay, so we'll see if this works better. To answer your question, yes, I think KLETC and others, the law enforcement training centers, are doing all they can to train as many officers. I know in Wichita, hundreds of officers have been trained with CIT, and obviously training takes a period of time, and when in some of the smaller departments, it's difficult for somebody to take a day off so they can go get trained to do this. But there's certainly an effort that has been made to get CIT training for as many officers as possible across the state. I think that, and that's still a goal, and that's not at all cross purposes with the recommendation, but I think that the point from the advocates who think that the co-responder type responses are better is that it's still a cop. showing up. Even if he is CIT trained, he's still got a badge and a gun, and it just changes the dynamic of the interaction. And if we can have somebody who shows up, you know, in a pair of slacks and a shirt that says ComCare, and they're a doctor, not a cop, or maybe not a doctor, that's probably a little too expensive, but somebody trained with that sort of background, social work, master's level, something like that, that at least the pilot programs that are going on right now in Shawnee County and Sedgwick County seem to support the notion that you get better outcomes. So that's the rationale.
I agree with you completely. I was just making sure until we have a chance to implement that CIT training, at least get you far away there. So I'm glad to hear that many people are implementing that in law enforcement across the state. Thank you so much.
Representative Carpenter? Oh, we got, oh, you did. Yeah. We got one more item. Sorry. Okay. Any other questions for Mark Bennett? All right, Mark. Hey, thanks for being here and appreciate your adjusting your time to accommodate our schedule.
Happy to do it. I'll see you.
Thank you.
Yep, I appreciate it. I'm sure I'll see you all this session. Take care.
Okay. All right. We got one more item, and we can take as long or little as we want. This is an update on COVID-19 funding for K-12 schools. So we have Norma Volkmer, Kansas Legislative Research Department. Welcome.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I will be providing an update from the two blue documents. You'll see a 3-page.
Your mic on. If you want, you can take the mask off if you want. It's up to you.
You'll see two documents. The first is a 3-page memo on light blue. And the second is a large letter-sized packet of documents. This looks like an Excel spreadsheet. And as the Madam Chair, you said, I'll be providing an update. So in September, I did provide two similar looking documents discussing the education funding received by school districts from both KSDE, Department of Education, as well as counties as part of the county allocation. So first, I'll be starting with the memo. I will just note a couple of things. The majority of this memo is just kind of a repeat of the information about the CRF funding, how it was allocated, how it went out to the counties, and then the Department of Education funding on page 2 that they received through the CARES Act. I'll just note at the top of page 2 that school districts received about $70.8 million. This is slightly above what the allocation was estimated at in September. And I'll note on page 3, right at the end, that approximately $49.6 million of this has been drawn down as of mid-November. And then turning to the larger packet on the ledger-sized paper, I'll go over this kind of in 3 parts. So first, you'll note the county. It is in alphabetical order. Then the school district. There are, again, repeat school districts. So 14 school districts receive funding from multiple counties. And those are in italics. And then you'll see the student FTE, followed by a total funding allocated and a total funding received. The total funding allocated is the amount that they've been allocated from both the Department of Education and the counties that they sought money from. And the total received is, of course, the money that they have received from those 2 pools as of mid-November. The second part I'll draw your eye to is the labeled KSDE CARES Act. This is the money that the Department of Education received as part of the CARES Act. I'll remind you, it was $84.5 million in total. They reserved about $400,000 for administrative costs. 76.1 was submitted to the school district, to all the school districts to be drawn down, and then about 8.1 million was for special education, and that was per the requirements of the CARES Act. You'll note any colored, so the purple numbers are those numbers that have changed since the September. You'll note most of those changes are under the Department of Education drawing down. So that's just any change. It is not necessarily a positive change. So in some circumstances, the school district may have drawn down more money and then given some of the money back to the Department of Education. And the third part I'll dive right into is entitled Coronavirus Relief Fund. So that's those last columns here. It starts with the total allocated to the county. That is not the total allocated for education. That is the total allocated to the county. Then there is the November reconciliation. So there were 4 set reconciliations, one in August, one in September, one in November, and then one in December. The November reconciliation is estimated numbers. So that was all rounded to the nearest 0.0 decimal per millions. So those are all estimates. And that is from the Office of Recovery's investment dashboard for all numbers labeled K through 12 in a county's allocation. The rest of the columns are all from the September reconciliation. So the September reconciliation still had the detailed county reports that were being submitted. And so that I was able to do by district level rather than just the county as a whole, which is what the November reconciliation is. It's just the total spent by the county for K through 12 education. And then you'll see further details for items purchased, county-wide COVID-related expenditures, and county-wide proposed plans. And again, any number in purple is a different number. And so I'll note for the November reconciliation in particular, any number that's going to be different to a rounded extent from the September reconciliation. So if the September number would round the November reconciliation, it's not a different number. If it wouldn't, then I noted it in the purple coloring. And you can find additional reasons as well as additional proposed plans and additional expenditures highlighted in that same purple color. I will stand for any questions.
All right, thank you, Norma. I was a couple questions here, but the first question I have is trying to track this stuff as fast as I can. On the FTEs, in comparison to the year before, are you seeing any decrease?
Madam Chair, there is a decrease in the weighted FTE, so that's for the school finance formula, as well as, of course, the unweighted FTE and headcount. And if you'd like, I do have both the education consensus memo that I presented to this committee, as well as a detailed document looking at the headcount, the free lunch headcount, and the virtual headcount that I can provide to the committee.
If you have that, yes. But, so on the headcount though, did they change? Didn't they delay when you have to do a headcount? Like it used to be, I don't know, September 21st or something. I don't know what it is now. Did they delay it because of coronavirus getting a headcount? Give them more time?
Madam Chair, not to my knowledge, the headcount was as usual September 8th. And so the bright blue sheet you're seeing is the education consensus memo. And you will note decreases for the school finance, and that's mostly tied to the weighted FTE.
So my question is not the money as much as did we lose some kids? Because
absolutely, Madam Chair. So I will note that the headcount dropped by about 15,000.
I mean, can I say it this way? Did we lose 15,000 kids in this state?
Madam Chair, I couldn't tell you what where the 15,000
if you look at that
children
head count, we lost. I mean, and I know it's just it's going to be a variety of reasons, but part of it's going to be, you know, if you're virtual and your parents are working, or you know, we're going to have some dropouts, or we're going to have some kids. So I'm just trying to figure out that number because I heard a national program talking about that.
Absolutely, Madam Chair, and so I'll note that the 15,000 you will see, so Mr. Scott just passed out a white piece of paper. It has the head count, the virtual head count, and the free lunch head counts. You will note that there is an increase in the virtual head count. It is not obviously the full 15,000 head count from the unaudited head count decrease does not go to the virtual head count. So the unaudited head count is everything. The Department of Education does not. track for students who are not counted on a head count day or necessarily at, so whether they're homeschooled, whether they were just not counted due to remote learning or some other reason that they just weren't counted that day. They don't know. These are the unaudited numbers, so they'll have a better idea of a more accurate number of these students in school when they've audited the numbers. But this is what they have right now. And so they did see a decrease, and they saw a decrease in weighted FTE in great part because of the decrease in at-risk students, but also because of a decrease in headcount and FTE.
And then a question I get from legislators, and I'll have to go through and review all this, but is, you know, they want to know, well, how come we're not saving money on gas because buses are running? Well, it's my understanding the buses are running because we may have one group of kids going on Monday and another group of kids going on Tuesday. People ask about food. I'm like, well, they were fed all summer, and that may have been all federal money, I'm not sure. So I think the questions that some people are asking have to do with, because we have such a different way we do school right now, are there increases in some pots of money and decreases in other pots of money? So that was the big, those are the questions that I get from other legislators.
Absolutely, and so there is, I'll note in the bright blue, if you look at the fiscal year 2021 revised estimate, you do see a decrease from the approved amount for the school finance formula. And that is in great part to the weightings. So you do see a decrease in weightings. As I noted, the at-risk weighting dropped dramatically, in part because under the USDA's waiver, everyone was able to receive free lunch and therefore they didn't have to fill out the application. And that's how that weighting is tracked. So you do see decreases for fiscal year 2021 that touch on those weightings, absolutely.
All right, thank you. Questions for Norma? Representative Hoffman.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just so I understand this, getting into the county's allocation part of it, so halfway going to the right. The first number under the county allocation, I got that. And then the second one was just an estimate of what you thought that the schools were going to get in November. You were estimating, and then the total is what the counties actually did give the schools. Is that?
So no, there are 4 reconciliations that the counties must do under the disbursement of the SPARK funding. The first was in August, and the first preview of this information I did in September using that August data from the Office of Recovery. The November reconciliation is their most recent data on their investment dashboard. So it's as of the end of October, and it's their November reconciliation information. However, it's only county-wide. So in August and September, those 2 reconciliations, they did county reports, which included sub-recipients. So they named the school districts, K through 12 institutions, any organization that was that had already sought reimbursement or was asking for money in the future. And so we were able to kind of provide that reimbursed and future planned funding for the school districts. And so those last 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 columns are all those September reconciliation data. So that's that more detailed how, what money they were seeking, what money they'd already tried to get reimbursed, how they plan to spend it, and any kind of county-wide expenditures that would relate to school districts. The November information, because it was only labeled as K through 12 and therefore didn't have the same level of detail, was included more as a comparison, so you can see where they're actually at. So September's data would have been, the September reconciliation was about mid-September, so it would have been information up to that point. The November reconciliation is the most recent amounts, but it just didn't have the same level of detail.
So let's just Barber County, because that's one of my counties. The county got 878,000, and then November reconciliation is 300,000, and then the total is 278,513. So the difference between 278 and 300,000 is what the school has yet, is that what's in that future plan? Is that because that's more than what's in that future plan.
Correct. So, Madam Chair, members of the committee, the November reconciliation is an estimate. So it could be that the Office of Recovery is also seeing that Barber County plans to spend $278,513 on their school districts, and they're just rounding that number up to the $300,000.
Okay, that's what I thought. Those are the, so since they haven't asked for any reimbursement, this future plan number should, if I add it all up, should be the same as this total number.
That's correct, and that total number is for the September reconciliation, where we have the detailed reimbursement of the future plan. And then the November reconciliation is their most recent set aside funding, but it's at a much larger estimate and without the detail of school districts, K-12 institutions, anything like that, which is why I noted the changes in that purple color. So those are anything where the rounding is off, as it were, so either less or more.
So going back to some kind of the same discussion we had in September, there's a lot of money still in that future plan, and I assume that some of it has been spent since this is an older reconciliation than where we are right now. Do we ever get any sort of a document from the Department of Education saying this is where we think most of this future money is going to be spent?
Madam Chair, members of the committee, this is actually not at all from the Department of Education. They aren't tracking what the school districts are receiving from the counties. This is all from the Office of Recovery. So the CARES Act funding is through the Department of Education, and they're, of course, tracking what gets sent out and to whom based on what they were allocated. The Coronavirus Relief Fund distribution section is all based on the Office of Recovery data. And so they're the ones tracking that information. It is my understanding that for the November reconciliation, they believe that most of the funds have been allocated and distributed, but again, they didn't have that same level of detail of reimbursed versus future plan. And so it was impossible to provide it.
Okay, all right. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Other questions? All right, I think we're tired and we want to get out of here before the sun goes down. So anyway, thank you very much. Appreciate your work. Committee members, you have the minutes before you for November 13th. I need a motion to approve. Got a motion from Senator Hawks, second by Senator Billinger. Any discussion? Seeing none, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Ayes, no, motion carries. Thank you all for being here today. Amy, we're up again December 15th, is that right? Okay, and that's our last meeting as well. Okay. So committee members, would you all, yes, yes, we're gonna do it next time because we're gonna have the auditors in here again for another topic. So next time, we will allocate some time we have to figure out our report. So you might do your best to pour through what all we've done and see what items are important to you that you want to make sure it's included. All right?
I might submit mine to you. I have Cantor Medical Oversight Committee on the same meeting that we had here. So it's kind of the same thing we have to do here, is trying to get our legislative priorities in order. So
Do you want a replacement? You want to have a replacement for you?
Well, I can add a replacement. I think he also wants his opinion known.
You're right.
Yeah.
For that day.
Yeah, I talked to the speaker, so they know about it. So they'll
Yeah, just send it to me or Amy or it's safer to send it to Amy. Okay. All right. Thank you all. We'll see you next time.
Do you have all the vouchers?
I already turned them in.
Okay, already.
You got yours in.
on the same.
Thank you.